people that are here in Santa Marta to be able to deal with us virtually, that are here and they keep on and they follow us in Spanish, English, and the Portuguese from the webpage CAF.com. We would like to invite you to share your opinions in your web, to follow us in Facebook, X, previously known as Twitter, and also Instagram. We are here and we are ready to keep on and to get knowing ideas and experiences from different stakeholders that from different areas contribute to the building of better ideals. Yes, we are going to initiate this second session. And in this opening session, we are going to accompany Antonio Silveira, who is the VP of the private sector of CAF, that is going to give us some opening words. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of this important conference, 500 plus cities with a legacy for the future. And welcome to all the local authorities and all the mayors that have been invited, and also Mauricio Jaramillo that also is going to give his opening words. And we're here to celebrate the 500 anniversary of Santa Marta, along with other 10 cities in Latam and the Caribbean with that are more than 500 years old, or that they were founded since the colony, because there were settlements before, but cities. But the cities, we also have these 11 cities in the Latin American and the Caribbean that are more than 5 years. Today, we're going to have a long day after we're going to start with the presentation. And we are going to talk about the cities, and after that we're going to have discussions about fiscal capacities, innovation, productivity, competitivity, living, and organized growth, and also cities and biodiversity, focusing on rivers. And also, me as a CAF, I would like to call you all for the select and where we are going to have the possibility of having an integration and coordination between in the European Union, with the idea to be able to promote the integration but we also have the role of CAF within this Ibero-American contest. Okay, because of, I'm going to leave it here because of time. Thank you so much. And okay, we would like to invite Mauricio Jaramillo Hasir, who is the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Welcome, Mr. Jaramillo. Can you... Thank you, Amalia, Ines, and also Antonio Silveira. I would like to welcome the people from CAF and all the people that are here. And I would like to welcome Yolanda Villavicencio. On behalf of Yolanda Villavicencio, we are so happy to be here. In the focus that it's so focused and a stakeholder that it's so important for that are so important. It's a stakeholder that I say with a lot of self-criticism, hasn't had the space that it deserves when we talk about integration. Unfortunately, integration until now, and I think in other parts of the world, because this is not this is a reality that's been focused, that it's highly focused and centralized, because it's been done in the capital cities, and also focused because unfortunately it's been a monopoly of the governments. And I think that this allows us to talk about the need of deconcentrating diplomacy. That's why we can say that we don't have an exclusive monopoly of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but we can see that foreign policy has to be taken to the parliament and city levels, to the civil society, to the trade unions, to the companies. Of course, the governments are coordinators, they are channels, but I think that nowadays we can expand this to other sectors. On the second place, I think that this event comes in a key moment for what certain topics mean for the cities. When we talk about global warming, we talk about public space, access to certain rights. And I say it because we are in a context that is not favorable for human rights. We are in a context where a topic that it's essential nowadays in which is global warming. It's something when we see that there's a lot of denial that no one had considered when we talk about the Brundtland report, and also sustainable development. It became like a kind of asset for humankind, that we saw it like as an irreversible asset. But we do know that right now we have powerful states. We do know that there are powerful states. We know that we have stakeholders that have an agency, that mobilize the people, and that have not considered the adaptation to climate change, sustainable development, parity, everything associated to gendered issues. And I do think this means a challenge for the people, for the cities, and of course, because some of them are in the first line of the impact when we talk about topics about global warming. And on the third place, I think that it's very important. As we are in Santa Marta, we think that culture as a driver for integration. I started by saying that we have to do a lot of self-criticism, because I think the regional concentration have been on the hands of the states, and we also have had a concentration, especially on economic exchanges, because that was fashion, that was trendy, liberty, and the free circulations of assets but not of people, except in the European case, where I think that it's a paradigm of how things are done well, and some that are not as well. But in Europe, we also admire that there's a free circulation become of the states in the Schengen space. We in LATAM had this idea of having the neoliberal dogma, where the integration was always the circulation of assets and not of people, and we left outside topics as human rights, education, and culture. And I think that in these meetings we need to reivindicate the role of certain sectors that were not part of the integration, and what a better space than the one of the cities. I want to close off thinking about the generosity of CAF for having thought in the national government. I've always want to say that from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and especially when we talk about multilateral affairs, to keep on participating in this dialogue. And I think that this is not the arrival point, but the starting point of a constant, inclusive dialogue of many sectors, and great for the integration of our cities, and especially of the 500 years of the city of Santa Marta. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mauricio Jaramillo, for your words. Since yesterday, we've been able to introduce messages from different types of mayors, and in this opportunity, we're going to listen to Cristian Samaro, who is the mayor of Cuenca, Ecuador, and he has a message for this CAF Ibero-American, for this CAF conference. Hi, my name is Cristian Samaro. I'm the mayor of Cuenca, Ecuador, or city values its history, its culture, and its natural environment. As Cuencanos, we wish to leave our children and grandchildren a more human, planned, and green city for the future. Celebrating 500 years of urban history, it's an opportunity to be able to share what we are and to build together what we want to be. We want to have a Cuenca that it's clean, with clean rivers and sustainable Cuenca spaces to meet and live together. We are a city that takes care of what it has and that thinks about tomorrow. Therefore, we can say yes to the Ibero-American Alliance of 500 more, and to be able to live together with other cities, and with other as well as ours, and from Cuenca with love for what we are, and also the expectation of what is to come. I would like to say hi from the Athens of Ecuador. We would like to thank you all for this message from the Mayor of Cuenca. And we are going to start with the first dialogue of this second day. This is that it's going to talk about the strengthening of the fiscal capabilities of the cities, 500 plus. And we're going to see how to advance in the efforts of the generation of local capabilities, trying to know the need of empowering the cities so that they can manage their development and take advantage of their territorial capabilities. We're going to call Lea Jimenez, who is the advisor of the executive president of CAF, and also Javier Pincay, who is the mayor of Puerto Viejo, Ecuador, Juan Mauricio Ramirez, who's an expert in public finances and territorial development, Ramiro Lopez Guillo, who is the representatives of IDB in Colombia, as well as Walter Rosales from the Public Finances Group from the University of La Plata. Welcome.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome all. It's an honor for me to have the opportunity of moderating this panel with experts, and we're going to talk about a very special topic. But first of all, I would like to welcome to this panel about the strengthening of the fiscal capabilities of the cities within the framework of an event that honestly it's placing something very important. We do know that the cities are essential, but we need to understand that without the urban development, we're not going to be able to have an inclusive development. And in these cities, we have the more valuable potential for economic and social development for all of Latin America and also for the Caribbean. In this sense, we can see that panel starts from a main premise that it's the understanding that without a fiscal solidity, it's impossible to be able to accomplish the sustainable, inclusive development, which is essential. And we can talk about a lot of development, we can have a lot of plans, a lot of dreams, and I think that in all cities there are huge projects. There's a lot of the hope of being able to do a lot of things and to be able to revitalize the cities, to be able to recover the patrimony and to do significant infrastructure. But all those dreams and all those plans cannot move forward if we don't have a solid fiscal base. And we don't have a solid fiscal base that allows us to sustain these projects in a timely manner. And in this sense, it's so important to understand that without our own resources, that without an adequate fiscal management, without an agile fiscal management, and having a good management capabilities, these projects are not going to be sustainable in time. That's why we wanted to reflect a little bit about how to move to a
fiscal y hacia una mayor solidez fiscal, y cómo esto no es un fin en sí.
So this is sort of a halfway objective, and the aim is to improve the services we offer to the citizens and to close the gap between the need they have and what we give them to meet the need, so that citizens feel that the quality of life is improving every day, improving the response to citizens' demands. And for that we have 4 experts today. Each one brings a different experience from the academia, from the real practice in life from the public sector, from the development bank. So they're going to give us a very rich vision about the why it is important to have fiscal sustainability for urban development. I'd like to introduce Javier Pincay, the mayor for Puerto Viejo. Thank you very much, Mayor, for being with us. It's an honor to have you here. And we're going to give you the first question because he's going to have to catch a flight soon. So let me introduce you to Mauricio Ramirez, economist and expert in public finance and territorial development, huge experience from the public perspective because he was a Secretary of Finance and he was also part of a DNP. Then we have Ramiro Lopez Gil, IDB representative in Colombia, huge knowledge about urban development in Colombia, but also at the regional level. And Duarte Rosales is a researcher of the public finance group of the La Plata National University. Thank you all for being here. Let me start with a question, a general question for all panelists. But first, would like the mayor to answer based on your experience and from your experiences, and based on what you have seen and what you are seeing currently and in the past. What are the main bottlenecks for the fiscal strengthening of the cities, and also what are the main opportunities today that you see to breach and tackle those challenges? Thank you, and good morning, everybody, and my colleagues at the panel, and our moderator. I want to thank Sergio Diaz for giving us the opportunity to share the experience of Puerto Viejo. Puerto Viejo has a bit of everything. We have 225,000 inhabitants on the coast of Ecuador. We are a creative city. Since 2019 we've been recognized by UNESCO, and then a Guinness record in the creation of a typical dish of Puerto Viejo. So the main bottlenecks we've identified are four. First, what happens in every municipality, not only in Puerto Viejo, but we always depend on the aids from the federal government, and we have another problem, and it is that the cadastre for housing is obsolete, and we don't have a public policy that allows us to get a revenue. Then Ecuadorians also don't have that tax paying culture. And fourth, the lack of initiatives and public policies so that we can bring revenue that are not from the tax or fiscal, but also some other initiatives so that private investors come and invest in our territories. If we go back to the first point, when we arrived at the municipality, we had 75% from the state. We could not do anything because 75% was used to pay the payroll, and then we had 25% to do some other project, but we could do nothing to apply for multilateral aid. So we started to do something, and then we set a goal of at least 56 or 57 of state revenue. So we started to work with updating the housing characterization and invest to update the housing. It was manual, so we went to a house and then we calculated, okay, this home costs 120,000. We have this formula to calculate depending on the size of a land and the value of a house. But then an official went and said, hey, just say that the house is just $50,000. So when we just did the math, we did not collect more than $8 million, 325,000 inhabitants city. So we were not profitable for any other multilateral body, so we started to update our housing, and today we only depend 58% from the revenue from state funds, and out of the 8 million that we collected today, we collect $28 million. So out of from 8 million, because we had an outdated cadastre, now we had something to come and apply to multilateral aid. Now, tax-paying culture. There is a lack of trust, and we started to build trust and transparency. So we told our people we are going to build works, and there was this TV series in Ecuador called it's some drug dealer soap opera. So we told the people that without tax collection we could not build the city, but the political cost was pretty heavy, because they were complaining that the mayor was collecting too much tax. And then out of paying $50 in tax, they had to pay 200 and 300. So they were complaining because they had to pay too much tax, but the law allows us to collect a tax of 0.05 up to 5%. So we did 1.20 per 1,000. So we said we're not collecting more than 5% or more than 3%. We're just charging the same thing. The thing is that we have updated the cadastre, because there was tax avoidance and evasion, but it was because of a lack of transparency, because former governments did not build any works. So mothers didn't see any parks out there. So we went down to 15% acceptance. We went down to 12% acceptance. Now today we have increased to 72% of public acceptance, because once we went up in our revenues, then multilateral bodies came in, and today Puerto Viejo is very attractive to all multilateral aid, and so we brought water, and for that the multilateral banking lent us $137 million, because we have our finance in order, because the people trust Puerto Viejo. And also currently CAF of the year before lent us, because they checked our finance. If we don't have a robust financial statement, no multilateral aid is going to come. So CAF lent us $50 million to provide sanitation and water and roads to more than 60,000 people in the urban area. In addition to that, we didn't stop. We went on and planned for our territory. If we don't give the value to land, and if we don't add value to where people live, we're not going to get anywhere. We have now 3 emblematic projects that are bringing investment to create jobs for them to pay their tax, and that also brings funds for the municipality. We have a plan of the business urban park and the former airport. We started to work with the technicians, and we started to work by phases. So we're selling the land, and the investors come in and they bring their funds, and today we have more than half of the airport sold. Just to give you an example, the Jewish went to Puerto Viejo to build a shopping mall, the biggest shopping mall, 120,000 square meters. How much did we sell? $7.8 million of revenue. Every lot is 300,000, 500,000, depending on the place. Another project we have is the Agricultural Industrial Logistics Center. there we're going to copy, where we're going to store everything that's produced in the province. We're very agricultural. Then we bring all that, we store it there. We add the value. We add value there in transforming the product so we can export. And also, we're very close to the port of Manta, and we're very close to Guayaquil. The Manta port is 20 minutes away, and Guayaquil is 3 hours away. So there, we're going to have a place to store all the products. So that adds value to Puerto Viejo. We're not just sitting there and waiting for state aid. We're not just waiting for people to pay their tax, but we're also generating value and wealth. So that happens in every municipality, but we've turned it around with planning and execution. First, as I said at the beginning, we were depending on what the federal government was sending to us. Many small cities depend on that, and number two, there is a lack of tax-paying culture. There's no public works for people to believe, and number three, we have to update the housing cadastre, because if we do it manually and we don't do something about that, we won't get anywhere. And last, you cannot just sit down and wait, but you have to be creative and think of channels and sources for revenue to come in through private investment. Thank you very much, Mayor. It is great to hear that, and I'm happy that you took the heat of that political cost when improving or trying to increase tax collection. That's not very popular, but with that you achieve those improvements for people to believe in your work. If you have to leave, just go ahead, but you're welcome to stay. Now I'd like to go to our next expert. Good morning. I'm the Secretary of Finance in Bogota, and I agree with what the mayor just said. And I was doing a consultancy, and we went to Santiago de Chile, Lima, and Bogota, and we are looking at the capacity of the metropolitan governments to manage strategic infrastructure projects. And in Santiago, they told us that national administration, or the central administration, determines a big part of exemptions to the territorial housing tax. It is around 77% of properties were benefited from some sort of exemption, and that it shows something, and it is that in many countries in the Latin and Caribbean region, national administrations and city administrations, I'm thinking about cities, have a very small margin to modify tax frameworks or maybe access credits. Most of them don't have access to credits and loans. And that, of course, makes them dependent on national aid and have very limited resources and funds. So let me give you another example. Here in Colombia, a few years ago, we started to implement something that we call the multi-purpose housing cadastre. The housing cadastre office in Bogota has been like the cadastre administration, and we implemented the housing cadastre that included the updating of the housing And let me give you some numbers. When Cartagena did it, the cadastre worth went up 75%, and the housing tax collection with the control increased because we could not just increase everything at once, but in a year it increased 30%. Now in Pereira, another city, the housing worth of a city went up 123%, and the housing tax collection went up 53% between 21 and 22, 200% in Armenia, and with an increase of 34% in the housing tax collection. So I think that the housing tax is one of the typical examples of one of the best local tax because of its significance and what it takes for the regional government to execute. So there, Bogota has an annual housing cadastre update, and that has allowed the city to have its finance in order. In the last administration with Claudia Lopez, who was Secretary of Finance, we had access to the greatest quota of loans. It was about $4 billion total. That was key, of course. When we have applied these strategies, there is political resistance, of course. And this implies to affect the rural cadastre value. The housing value of the rural area in Pereira or Armenia or Cartagena, other cities, and that of course implies that the housing value and other activities such as cattle farming or agriculture started to go up, and that produces opposition. In the city of Palmira, there was opposition from the sugarcane producers because that's also an increase in their of equity, and for that there is another tax. So that's a key factor. The other point I would say is that cities need these funds not only to finance their services, their public services, but also to fund strategic investments that can change the quality of life of people. Yesterday we spoke about mobility, climate change action, energy, sanitation, water, and many of these projects produce a change in the value of land. And of course, in most of our Latin American cities don't have instruments to identify and assess the increase in value. For example, if there is a highway, what private developers are the ones that capture or calculate all that increase in value after having these public interventions. And the cities should also be there with other sort of contribution. Since 1921 there is this additional tax in Colombia, but when we collect tax from citizens and we don't do the works, that is terrible for the tax paying culture. It's happened to the point that in Bogota in the last year of Claudia Lopez administration, we passed a proposal to the council so that a tax could be collected until 50% of the works have advanced. But that's another key source that we must explore and implement in the cities of Latam. Thank you very much, Mauricio. It's great to hear that all that experience you have. I'm sure that we're going to call you at some point because your experience has to be copied in the rest of the region so that we can all share that or those lessons with other countries. Now, would like to say goodbye to the mayor. Again, I want to thank the CAF. I just wanted to say something else. We are collecting $20 million, but it is not that we're going to pose and tax all people. We are characterized for being a humane administration that come from the rural area. So we also have a rural housing cadastre, and we have different tiers for the upper class, middle class, and lower class. So we have also tax incentives, and for the low class or the low income class, we discount 60%, and then the high income people, is not that they have to pay more, but we just stick to the rule. And to close, I think that one of the things we must do is that there are public policies from the national administration coordinated with the municipalities to update the cadastres, because that's a problem we have in Ecuador. I want to please please excuse me, because I have to leave. I have a flight at 10, and I just want to leave you with this, and bye for now.
Cuando hablamos
Thank you so much for the invitation and the question. When we talk about cities, the first thing that comes to mind, it's big cities, metropolis, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 7 million inhabitants, and that's common in a region. But however, there it's a very marked heterogeneity for what it's understood by cities. As a matter of fact, that there are 18,000 local governments in the whole region, and of those 18,000 local governments, 5,000 have 5,000 or less. 80% have less than 50,000 inhabitants. And that's why we have a huge quantity of local governments of a reality, for a small reality. And another point, it's that not all are the same from the fiscal point of view. We can see that the big cities face increasing costs. They increase their own challenges. What we understand, traffic jams, etc. But we also need to understand that the cities that grew the most in the last two census are the middle-sized cities, are the ones that have between 100,000 and 500,000 inhabitants. And that group of cities are the ones that grew the most, are the ones that have a higher demand for public space, about the use of the land, more planning, more urban planning needs, a more increasing demand for fresh water, for the treatment of waste, etc. And that's why these middle-sized cities have a higher need for expenses, but they have the same resources. We can say that in average, what we know as the fiscal corresponding is to see what percentage of the expenses are paid with your own resources. Well, it's not more than 50%. We have very limited fiscal capabilities at the city level, and it's very difficult to change the possibility that the central government gives us that more money, because we have to do more things, because the neighbor demands more things. And that's why I have to think in generating fiscal capabilities and redesigning maybe the fiscal systems. There were very good examples about the cadastre. and very good examples as well about the strategies to be able to empower the own resource, and that should be the path. There are two very simultaneous lines. One is to optimize public expenses to be more in contact with the needs, go to specific projects, but on the other hand, we also need to empower our own resources, because if not, we will not have management skills. Those are the main points. Thank you so much, Walter. And I would like, Ramiro, if you can please the same question, but maybe to focus in the topic of trust, which is like this invisible network, and very for this relationship, for collection and for providing services for the citizens. Okay, welcome everybody. I would like to thank Sergio Diaz Granados, who is the executive president of SAF, and also my friend Rodrigo, who is the CAF representative in Colombia, and also Eduardo Campo, who is here with us. And I wanted to talk about the trust. I would like to, there is something that we need to start of one single question. It's that the fiscal income of the local governments, it's the backbone that they have to be able to develop the capacity in the provision of goods and services. And we were mentioning topics like cadastre and the topics that were offered by Mauricio about Colombia with that 120% of the increase of the base, and also it's something that also happens for the whole region, because we can see that there was an increase in the cadastre base with the authorization, and we see the heterogeneity that Walter was saying at the fiscal between the municipalities. There it's a denominator. Whoever does things well to increase income and to generate productive investments for the city, they generate a transformation, and that's the trust that Leo was thinking about. There are cities that have the cadence and that have changed, and somehow they have been able to create a virtuous circle for as a city like Barranquilla. Barranquilla was a city that was very different in 2025, and the same thing happened based first of all of an increase in the collection. There was an increase in the trust by the people, and in the capacity to generate an increase in to generate investments and to generate better income, and allows a better wellness for all the citizens in the city. It's key to set that increase in the collection. It's transformed in the improvement in the services, and also in the provision of services and infrastructure, in education, etc. It's not easy to accomplish this because it requires a cultural change, and it's not seen, and we don't see the products. That's why maybe the major wants to increase its income, and that's why the best advice is to initiate a government because they're going to see the fruits. And it's also very important to generate in the academia, to generate in the multilateral banks, in the central government, to generate this cultural bank, and to be able to see where all the local government does when they start. And this is crucial to be able to generate an awareness in the councils, in the municipal councils, to be able to generate that virtuous cycle of higher income, and based on that to generate. And we can see that the cities that obtain to attract investors are the ones that are going to hire higher productive employment to improve inequality, and that's why. And yeah, it's important to start on the income. Thank you so much, Ramiro. And I would go back to Mauricio with a question that it's focused to what the major left about how we are able to collect more without this turning into a weight of the payers, and that. And therefore, I would like to know a bit more about your experience. Thank you so much, Lea. And yes, this is a key topic. As a matter of fact, taxes are progressive in the housing. Taxes are important because maybe there is a value between the cadastral value of an asset and the payment capacity of the people that live there, although not necessarily. We have seen that there's also a hidden poverty, that there are people, that there are families that may have a lot of property that have a certain value, but their payment capabilities, it's non-existent or very low. But we can say that one of the key elements from it's that if we are using the resources to fund quality public transportation, and this was, as also said, this is one of the factors that generates more social equality, when there's people that can reduce their transportation times. That's an essential change from that perspective. And also from the point of view of national expenses, we can generate a progressive change in the distribution through the social expenses. One of them are the conditioned monetary transfers. Okay, we can monetary transfers. In Bogota, we can say that a family in extreme poverty, that we still have them, 4% of the population. It's an extreme poverty that has receives more or less 1 million. They receive like $250 to help them out, to help them to cover at least 30% of what their poverty line is, to be able to ensure the food of that family. And where does that money come from? It comes from taxes. That's where the money comes from. But the other thing is that people can see it, that people can see that, yes, those taxes are helping to improve the life conditions of the poorer and more vulnerable population. I think that this is another mechanism that it's very important. And also that the ones that have to pay, that do have the payment capacity, pay. And this is the ones that want to have an update in their cadastre. Of course, that's a political issue, but we need to move it forward, because this is what we want to do. We want to build more inclusive and equitative societies. Okay, we were talking about your response to challenges that are faced by the cities in Argentina, like where you are. And we can see that these are all challenges that are replicated throughout the territories. And I would like to know, according to your perspective, what are the partnerships that could help us to face these challenges, and all these partnerships, either with the government as well as the with a partnership with the multilaterals, with academia, with the civil society. How do we work? How do we allow to be empowered and moved forward with the changes that we need? In Argentina, the following thing happens in Argentina. In the last 40 years, the public expense of local governments has doubled when we talk about its product. However, the resources still be the same. That's why they are more dependent of the remittances from the central government. And this is a key topic that needs to be rediscussed. The local governments and the cities in general are in contact with the needs of the citizens, because are the entry point for public expense. However, we are in a constant tension between different government levels. And there it's no other way that to optimize public funds, because if we don't redistribute the the fiscal relationships, and that's why we require a lot of hope, a lot of support. The local governments in Argentina need a lot of training for human resources, and I would like to tell you that I manage the masters in the Universidad de La Plata, that we've been 30 years training public sector professionals, and I do have stories of officers that say, hey, I need it for you to train my staff. I needed to optimize the management, therefore please. And we can say that the strategic partnerships between the academia and the public sector, and also between the multilateral organisms that sometimes support with funding and also with transformative, are as essential for this situation, and especially in Argentina, where the fiscal tension is very marked and it grows in time. Thank you so much, Walter. And going back to you, Ramiro, I do know that you have the opportunity of working with the cities in Colombia, but I also know that you have the opportunity to check out what's happening at the regional level. Can you please tell us, not like a recipe, but maybe the ingredients, the urgent to be able to accomplish from the point of view what it's the sustainability and fiscal strength, what's required? And we can say that the main issue it's the opportunity that we currently have, because when two OECD countries, the level of income doubles the level that we have in LATAM at we can see that there is a growth opportunity, but if we need to have and many of the incentives are associated with the reforms that can be accomplished to be able to talk about an increase in collection, and also the sustainability that you were talking about. One thing that Colombia has that it's very solid at the local level, it's the institutions that we have behind the fiscal, the municipality that maybe a department that doesn't follow a certain parameters in terms of the limit to debt and what we have, it's that the federal government or the city in this case intervenes. That municipality, there are parameters about the debt that show the path or where can we go, and no major wants to lose autonomy. They want to do things good. There are things that come from the central level that allows in certain way to be able to get to the city hall and be able to see what are your limits, to be able to move inside and to have a good government throughout the 4 years. That and another relevant case, it's the cadastre, and we would also have key ables to do this every 4 years in countries as it's the case of Colombia, where there's a higher level of autonomy at the local level to be able to establish that and to make life easier and not to pay and this would generate less influence of the transfers of the central government, as well as in the case of Colombia. We have marked competencies and we have a lot of concurrent. Therefore, and also not to increase taking. And it allows to increase the cadastre. It'll help a lot. And therefore, we have the possibility of having the possibilities of having very specific investments, and also the funding by multilaterals, to being able to offer that solution, to be able to do things. And to do things means that you need to have the resources to do that. And therefore, we can see the people that work with infra, people that would get together with mayors, with the IDP, and they don't have that capability, the capability of having this space of generating an income through collection to later on being able to do to be able to do things with credits. It's an incentives to be much more autonomous, and these are reforms that can't be done at the national level, but that they go at the local level, and they would allow to generate more investment. Yes, of course, it's like an enabler of that, the possibilities that the region has and that we want to unleash. I think that we all have to live together. I know that we have no more time. I think that the main lesson is that the fiscal strength and the fiscal sustainability, it's not just something technical and boring thing that we need to talk every now and then, but the truth is that it's a condition with which we cannot advance in the sustainable of all the whole region. Therefore, thank you so much from CAF. We're going to keep on working so that our cities not only have a legacy, but they also have a future. Thank you so much. We can't ask questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you all for your interventions. The truth is that we are so bad in time. We are going to continue because I'm sure that we all think that our food is the best of them all. That the empanada, that ceviche, that arepa, and that everything it's the original thing, and over we can see that the reality it's that thanks to this amount of techniques, we can say that the food of Latin America, it's very valuable, and of course, it's a reflection of the cultural diversity through which we are able to better understand its roots and identity. We're going to talk about food. We are going to talk about, and first of all, I am going to invite Natalia Bayona, who's the Executive Director of ONU Tourism. Welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I would like to give a very special thanks to all the CAF team, especially Sergio Diaz Granados, and also the Secretary of State of Ibero-America in Spanish in the world, Susana, and for betting on the development of these forums that will allow us to strengthen and to open up different kinds of ties from Ibero-America. I am Samaria by heart, and every time that I come to one of the territories that that makes me so happy. That's why when we talk about tourism, we need to talk about with a lot of energy and also with a lot of illusion. And tourism at the world level, what's going on? Before are talking with our friend that is going to talk about the study of gastronomy for a region, we can see that tourism is in a very for moment 1.4 millions. Latin America, it's growing, nothing different that it's happening in Europe, but there's something that I think that is so fascinating. It's that we are going to the moment of the emerging tourisms. People are bored of living they are bored to going to the same place, not only because it's easier to travel, because that's why the gastronomic it's part of the cultural. And I don't know if you know, But we can say that tourism, that a tourist in general, always, whenever they're thinking about, we can see that 30% of what they're seeking is to be able to include tourism in the days that they're going to spend us away. We can say that the gastronomic tourism spends 38% than a traditional tourist. And it's funny because the gastronomic tourist, it's seeking the motivation. They want to know, all the things that they're seeking. And from there, that I love this figure, we can see that 85% of travelers consider gastronomy as a way to elect. And that's why we need to strengthen our image, but above all, we need to position what we have in Iberoamerica. And when I talk around the planet, I say that, okay, this is the place where I have a lot of fruits, and therefore I love bocadillo beleño because I've always eaten that, and I love to tell those stories to the more than 40 countries that I can visit. And this is something that can only be accomplished when we have a story to tell. That's why today in Latin America we're going through a big good moment, because there are stories, but we also need the famous technique. The story has to be created people need to know how to get there, and to have and we need to have tour operators. We need to start to migrate to those specialized niches, so that the people that travel just because they want to eat and get to know different stories, they can have a very clear positioning. This Mora, it's going to tell us now, because Mora is part of the Peruvian transformation, which is like the reference countries. But I want to tell you anecdotes. I want to tell you that Japan, it's a country that has wanted to position itself as a number one country in this one for the first time in history. Japan has more Michelin stars than Spain and France for the first time, because it's something that they considered a state policy, where they had a strategy not only to create a good product, but to position it in the minds of the travelers. We in ONU Tourism, we work hand in hand in innovation. We have done all kinds of specialized programs to be able to strengthen the technological entrepreneurship. We have a program in San Sebastian, a mentoring program, to be able to take Latin American entrepreneurships to San Sebastian, so that they can learn about it and how they can create. We also have an online academy, because education, it's the base of what we do. Tourism, it's a very human sector, and it's the one that generates more employment. But 50% of the youngsters that live in tourism only have a high school education, and part of our work in tourism, it's to enable the capacities. We have grant scholarships so that the people study food industry, and also that through an online tourism academy they can be trained. And finally, with CAF, we are developing the promotion, the investment guidelines for Latam and the Caribbean, but also I want to close so that the guidelines of the investors had a chapter in gastronomy. This is what we're doing, that everything that it's done with tourism, it's done through promotion, and that there is a chapter for gastronomy, so that the world is able to know all the things that Colombia has to offer, all what Ibero-America has to offer, all what Santa Marta has to offer, and that this generates a positioning. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Mora, that it's going to tell us about the challenges of the study, and then we're going to have Manuela Gonzalo that are going to tell us what they're doing for the development of gastronomic tourism. Thank you so much, and it's great to be here. Thank you so much, CAF and Natalia, for the introduction. And I would like to present this slide. Iberoamerica, 500 years of flavors, and this is a sentence that I think sums everything up. All changes, or every changed for the world the day that the wheat met maize and cassava, because nobody had knew it there, and that's why it came a lot of times so that everybody could be aware. But we can see that this would transform. In no area of the world would they eat as they had done until then. And we can see that the arrival of the people from Castilla allowed for the meeting of several countries. The development that was lived was able that generated the cataclysm that generated a lot of food revolution, because through time nothing could have more evidence that was found in the new. And I think that this sums up what this can be. And nowadays we can see our gastronomy. And we're going to see about the historical context. As you will know, I'm Peruvian, and I'm so happy to be here with you. And I think that in these days, many of you that are not Samarios have had the opportunity of being able to eat and enjoy the food. And I'm going to tell you a little bit how that influence has been, because when the first Castilians arrived, what they found and how it has been evolving, and everything that was found, and everything that our gastronomy has turned into. Latam has a huge cultural diversity as part of a historical process that has integrated that has included the contribution of Afro-descendants, the colonials, and also the migration flows throughout the centuries. This is a reason with a high of amounts of landscapes and diverse ecosystems that open up so many possibilities for the farming, for fishing, etc. And we can see that the flavors and tastes are the basis of the past, the present, but also of our future. And we can see that this combination of ancestral knowledge of all these, and also the variety of local supplies turn the Latin American gastronomy end up in something that reflects its story and diversity. And I think that we are all so happy of our gastronomies, regardless of where we are in the Americas, in the Caribbean. And I think that all of us has a meal that reminds of our childhood. I think that we have no time to raise our hand, but if we did, anybody will tell us that this meal reminds me of my childhood. And I think that's different flavors, tastes, and this is what the food gives us. When we talk about social and economic development, we can see that it triggers, it integrates an amount of sectors, the primary sectors. And also includes the possibility for territorial development. We can say that gastronomy, with us that have worked in the public sector, that have also worked in the Peruvian sector, and also working in the gastronomy and making it an international reference for us, gastronomy has been like a perfect pretext to be able to promote the country. Through gastronomy, everybody eats. And we all eat, and we all have to use transportation, and we all have to eat. That's why the food is the perfect driver to sell my destination. Food, it generates employment, integrates, and that's a great generation of identities. It's also cross-sectional to several areas, and it's part of. It has a lot of productive sectors, etc. We can say that the infrastructure also attracts investors. In the last years, the Latin American food has experienced a revalorization, and also the positioning in the global stage, as well as a higher increase by the researchers, by the academia, by the tourists, and also all the people that live in the different communities. Sometimes we have seen that the same person that lives and that it's born in one place doesn't know their food. And in the last years, we have seen this curiosity to be able to understand what the gastronomy is, because it enables us to get to know about our origins. This is the way of the mixed races, because Ibero-America is one of the best examples, and we can see and the sense of belonging, and it's a way to get together. And therefore, we can see that Santa Marta was the first city that was founded in South America, and we also had in the continent many native ingredients. You can mention as many. We had turkey, tomato, peanuts, cassava, cacao, quinoa, for example, amongst others. And therefore, we had all kinds of ingredients that came from abroad, and those ingredients that came from abroad that were so relevant and that nowadays are part of that group of products that we eat nowadays, like pork, like cow, and also the sheep, olive oil, and also sugarcane. All of that was brought by the Spaniards, and also barley and rice. Do you imagine rice? That rice with chicken, rice with turkey. It's part of our culture, and it's part of this. Of all these mixed races, native fruits and beverages. In the mountains, we discovered tropical fruits like pineapple, that they would call it the king of the fruits, because it was so interesting, so exotic, and so rich and tasty that the Spanish loved it. And also, and therefore we had papaya, we had chirimoya, avocado, so many things, tuna. All of those were very interesting. And besides that, we can see that what scarcity in Europe, in America, was abundant. Cocoa, it's also a product that the Spanish found. We can say that that according to recent study, they can say that it came from the Amazon basiness, but it was in Mesoamerica that we changed that all, and through Mesoamerica went to Spain, and it was used as a monetary exchange, that it was part of religious ceremony, and also beverages. But can you imagine what would happen when Belgium or Switzerland without cocoa? They couldn't do. And everybody, when they goes to Switzerland or Belgium, they say, "Oh, chocolate," but it comes from our area. And the world also celebrate, when we celebrate love and joy, we celebrated this with cocoa, and the cocoa comes from our land. All of the beverages and food that we brought, because with the Spanish we had sugar cane, citrus, apples, grapes, all our gastronomy over here, at least in Santa Marta, and a good and okay, it's very important. For example, banana, and all of this was part because they came in, they harvested, and all of this was a commercial integration with Europe. We planted and took it. There were crops that revolutionized the economy in the 16th century. And here I'm going to give you, we can say what's going to happen with the Caribbean food without plantain. One of the other, because the exchange was so important. Not only Europe was benefited of the fruits of our lands, but also with the products that they brought us. And then we have coffee, because we are in Colombia. But we can see that coffee doesn't come from this land. As a matter of fact, it came from abroad. But we can say that we are all our warm land are adapted to coffee. Nowadays, coffee, that it's also a symbol for Colombia. But nowadays, we can say that Ecuador, Central America, and other countries as well are working a lot on coffee. But we can see, for example, And we can see that all our products are getting all kinds of awards with coffee. And also we can see that just with the arrival of Spain, they introduced new cooking techniques. Spain brought the boiling, because boiling was so important for them as something that was predominant. They also brought the baking and also frying, that we always use it. It was also brought by them. And these techniques today are intertwined with our traditional dishes. Also, the arrival of the Spaniards brought in other cultures and influences, and they also brought the African influences, and they're essential, like okra, ñame, the watermelon, and I the watermelon, but I do know that it also has another names, because our gastronomy is so rich, and also. And they also brought, and also the different kinds of techniques that they brought through the migrants, and also the use of bowls that nowadays are part of our identity and food. In this territory, we can also see cooking techniques even before, as envueltos. I think that we all know in all of our countries there is some dish that use this envueltos technique, that can be chicken. I mean, in any of our countries, we have a technique, we have something that, and it can be included in plantain, in cassava, etc. Nafrael Anson, who is the president of the Iberian Academy. And I think that this is very interesting, because he, being Spanish, says that in their meeting between the two worlds, Europe, and the most positive thing was the food, was a food without these 10 products, which for me are more, but this is like his opinion. Without these 10 products that arrived and with the other 10 that the Spaniards brought here, from one side and the other from, we would eat worse. And this is so interesting, because of course nowadays, both in Europe as in our continent, we eat so good, and this is thanks to this this blending. Nowadays, our food showed their face. We do know that Peru and Mexico are essential, and that they turned their food as food drivers. Now we can see that Central America is moving forward. Nowadays, all the countries are doing it. Chile, Bolivia, Brazil, Uruguay, all of them want to show, and they have been able to see that it's through to what are we able to accomplish, to be able to have general identity and to be able to work together. And I think that we can work together, and we should have a global vision and we have been able to see that the gastronomy just generates development, they generate tourism, as Natalia well said, and besides, it strengthens the community, who through gastronomy are able to support their families, as well as they contribute to position the image of a location. But we also face challenges, because we have so many challenges. We need to keep on working, supporting and training the farmers, for example, with trying to eat local products, trying to reduce waste. If we need to protect, we needed to protect and to strengthen the cold chain. We needed to train climate change. It's also that threatens food safety. And to eat better, it's just a way that allows us to buy products. Also, to buy nearby products are also important, because it allows us to connect. Because here in Santa Marta, because in the Sierra Nevada, with all its thermic floors, offers an exceptional biodiversity. We find coffee products, etc., and native species, and it's so important to preserve it and to take care of whoever takes care of it. But we also have a sea of opportunities because we are in a region that it's fashionable in all senses, and also with gastronomy. And I can say that this is the new epicenter of world gastronomy. If when we received a guest, and not only did this happen in Peru, it also happened in Colombia, it also happened in Chile, it also happened in all the countries. We had this because when we brought someone to our homes, how would we welcome this person? I'm talking about 30 years ago. 30 years ago, we would take this person to a French restaurant, which are excellent, by the way, or we would take him to some important chef because it was like the best thing. What do we do now? And all of you, what do? You take them to eat to your house where you eat the best local food, or you take them to the best local restaurant.
A través de la gastronomía se tiene.
Because gastronomy is a bridge. This is how we feed people and deliver the service to our countries and territories. Finally, this is important for me, and I want to leave you with this, because gastronomy contributes to peace, its inclusion, environment, patrimony, tourism, heritage, innovation. There are many entrepreneurship, a lot of entrepreneurship, startups. It is health, it's history, this is what we are, but it is also the future. It's education, memory, culture, identity, investment. There are many opportunities to invest in gastronomy. If we think of a gastronomy development plan, this is transformation, rural development, water security, research, and tradition. I didn't want to end this research. As you know, I'm a Peruvian. I've been doing a lot of research, and I had heard about Maura de Caldas. I don't know if you know her or her, but this lady is one of the cooks, one of the traditional chefs of Colombia, and she passed away a few weeks ago. She was the pioneer to bring the cuisine from the Pacific of Colombia to the world. And this is important. It is, ladies, gentlemen, these characters must be remembered, and we can mention their names in our territories because they preserve these old recipes and traditional recipes, so we should also pay tribute for this lady that passed away a few weeks ago. So with this, I want to leave you with these reflections for you to understand how important is gastronomy, because this is to generate identity and to generate development, not only for our countries but also Hispanic America is the new gastronomic center for the world.
Amora, por favor, no me abandones en el escenario porque, bueno, como bien también anunció Natalia Bayona
As Natalia Bayona mentioned at the beginning, we are going to invite to our next panel, 500 Years of Flavors in Hispanic America. We're going to have Gonzalo Sigari, founder, creative director of Cambio Store, Manuel Martinez, chef and Colombian researcher, and Tedemar Londoño, the Secretary of Tourism of Cartagena de Indias. If you please come on stage, thank you for this, and the floor is yours.
Bueno, ahora nos toca un poquito hacer un intercambio.
We're going to now exchange some ideas and do some thought-provoking with the audience here. Let's talk about gastronomy and tourism and how these two relate. First, I wanted to introduce Terema Londoño, Secretary of Tourism of Cartagena, with vast experience, very well recognized for her jobs. Ramon Martinez, a Colombian chef and researcher, and Gonzalo Figari, the founder of Candy Store. From Peru, so good morning, thank you for being with us. And I wanted to start with Telemar. Considering this growing interest for gastronomic tourism and its capacity to boost local economies and reinforce cultural identity and attract visitors all year long, also for diversification of seasons through gastronomy, you can always have tourists all year long. What are the strategies that you from the Secretary of Tourism, what you're doing for Cartagena to capitalize on this potential and consolidate as a gastronomic destination in the Caribbean? Thank you very much for this presentation, for this introduction, and for being here. So from the public sector, we have a responsibility to look at the whole picture. Look at the big picture. So as Natalia said, gastronomy is the perfect example. It's like the perfect excuse to visit a city, but the responsibility of the public sector is to paint the big picture. So at the moment, Cartagena de Indias is working first on attracting festivals, cultural and gastronomic and food festivals to attract the audience, the public that enjoy this part of the cities. We're working together and we're strengthening the Fiji, the Hay Festival, classic music, but also local festivals, working with the local cultural institute. We have a festival for different sort of local dish and food, and it has had an increase. It's generated around 13,000 new jobs in the gastronomy sector. That's the first thing. Now, number two, we're about to start the construction of two projects of infrastructure. This is going to bring about $80 million in investment, and this is going to generate more than 25 stands or stalls open to the public to incentivize food festivals. This is to incentivize a local offer. Number three, we have also tax incentives for new companies, new jobs and local jobs. This is to strengthen hotels and also new businesses in such as restaurants. And another thing is this is training, connectivity, and hotel infrastructure. And here we continue to work to strengthen these fronts and capitalize our opportunity. For example, we have Jaime Rodriguez, Leonora Espinosa. This is our chefs. We have Teresita Roman, the first woman that created a list of Cartagena recipes and put them in book. And we have Nicolás de Subiría, and we have Juan del Mar. So these ideas are very important because we must be a facilitator for private and chefs can thrive and bring our city before the world. Thank you very much, because that is private and public sector working together. And as you said, seeing gastronomy globally and through gastronomy attract other type of public. That's interesting. Thank you. Manuel, as a researcher and based on your experience doing your work to rescue old recipes and concerning the reassessing of local products and its consumption, because it's also important to promote local consumption. So based on your experience in Santa Marta, how can you articulate initiatives of gastronomic tourism with sustainable development, creation of opportunities, but for local communities? Thank you very much. Solution is a traditional cuisine. What is a traditional cuisine? It is considered one of pillars of the city's heritage. The cuisine is as important as a church, as a cathedral. Tourism was going to Paris to take a picture of the Eiffel Tower, and that was it. But this is something immaterial. You cannot see it. And what does the cuisine mean? The cuisine is a group of concepts. For example, the location. We are in the Caribbean Sea. We have the Sierra Nevada with different altitudes up to 5,000 meters in altitude, different weathers. So it is a very special place that produces the different sort of local ingredients. But we also have the people. We have the ancestors. We have indigenous tribes, and then when the Spanish come in, and then the Africans come, and then the Europeans come from North America, some of them, and then now we are experimenting or experiencing a new group of people, the ones that come of the ones that live in Parque, the Terona Park in Palomino, because we have these foreigners coming to share their knowledge. So all these different groups of people have their own customs and rituals and traditions, so and they come with them. So it is ingredients first, and then people, and then we have the recipes. Recipes is the way we cook with very strict rules, quantities and times. And arepa de huevo is not the same as another sort of same dish that are cooked in other regions of the country. So all these things are the ones that identify a community. For example, we have other pastries that are cooked with some specific leaves that exist in specific regions. So that defines a community. So with the cuisine and these components that I'm listing, this is what defines the people and the nation. And last, we have the tradition. Tradition comes from the verb of transfer in Latin. So it means that the mother teaches the daughter, this is how you cook a pastry. And then the daughter says, hey, I like this, I'm going to make it. And then when she has her own children, then she passes that. But at some point, the chain breaks. But if all the recipes and all the ingredients and all that combination of concepts that I've mentioned, if they survive time, that's something very positive, and that makes us unique. That's interesting. Yes, because sometimes we forget to take note and learn the recipes of our grandmothers and grandfathers. It would be interesting to have a recipe book of all the recipes of the Caribbean. Gonzalo, you in Peru did a great job and revolutionized the way to look at gastronomy, and then you created this identity and pride, and that was done together with the private and public sector, with the chefs and business leaders, artists. Everyone was there working and helping for Peru to be a gastronomic destination and to be the best one. But we worked hard with the Peru brand. Recently, there is the Latam and Caribbean brand launched by CAF. What do you think this regional brand can learn from the Peru brand? First of all, this is the first time that I come to Santa Marta. I'm thrilled to be in the land of Pibe Valderrama and Radamel Falcao, very famous football players. And concerning football and cuisine, there is something that changed Peruvian gastronomy, and it is that the players and the chiefs stopped looking at the ball, but they started to look at each other. Virgilio with Gaston and Hector, different names, and they started to look at each other, and they said, why the word compete has to be different from the word cooperate? Why cannot we just cooperate and compete? Some kind of like competition. I mean, just making up a new word. Why don't we help each other make this thing bigger and better? Let's just stop the BS. You're not better than me. We're different, and with that, we can be better both. So the table and cuisine is to sit down and share. So they understood that, and there was just the heat. Next point is, as chefs, let's go talk with the producers. Let's go connect with the growers. This guy up in the mountain that's growing the ushuru. This is some sort of algae that is very natural and so on. It's a very natural result, but that man produces very little, and when they sell it very cheap. Why don't we make this product to be produced? For example, in France is tears of emotion, that's what we call them, and that has a specific value with this very beautiful recipient, and that started to have a value. So cooks and chefs connect with the producer to understand the seasonality of all these products, and that comes with what you said about the root, connected back to the root, adapting your cuisine again and again, new techniques, always learning and sharing among themselves. And this is the way was the way that Peru won with Central restaurant, #1 in the world, in the hottest list in the world. Was a national celebration last year. This Fruta from Barcelona won, and this year Mayo won another Peruvian restaurant. So how is it possible that a Peruvian restaurant won in 3 years? So that's the magic, that's the trick, sitting, looking into each other's eyes and start sharing and helping each other by cooperating. Thank you, Gonzalo. And that's two powerful ideas, creating added value products, creating products with a higher added value, because that brings more jobs. And when I spoke with my friends in Peru, they don't know how it is going to turn out in the future, because reservations are just full. If you go to Peru to visit a restaurant, and not only you go to that restaurant, but then you go to visit another one, the word of mouth, and same thing in Ecuador and Peru and Chile. So we work not only for ourselves, as you said, we have to cooperate and collaborate instead of just competing. Thank you. We have a very short time now, but I want to ask you the same question. For the three of you, thinking as a region, let's just step out of our cities. We're very proud, but let's think region. What about Latam and the Caribbean? What is the best or the main challenge and opportunity to be seen as that top class gastronomic destination? For example, for you Peruvians, being in that list of the 50 best as a region, as the Caribbean, as you took it from a country, we can take it from the region. I think that Cartagena today is very proud that Celele, the restaurant Celele, is in that list. I think that since Jaime started to be ranked in the list of 50 best, it's a restaurant in Cartagena has transformed around gastronomy. So I think in these local conversations, not only thinking as Cartagena and Colombia, but also as the Caribbean region, I think that can become a very powerful thing, and joining forces with countries such as Peru and learn. But in addition to that, I think we have a big challenge, specifically in Colombia and our regions. We must create specific incentives for the gastronomy sector. For example, if we in Cartagena have tax incentives for new businesses and infrastructure, but we have to also think about those specific incentives for that circular economy, that is suppliers and vendors and producers, but also see how as a region we come together to speak the same language. I think incentives can become a huge boost so that we can step up to the world and promote our cuisine and show how we are working together with our ingredients, for example, in Colombia with the coconut and plantains, and how we can, together with CAF, continue to use this tool, this instrument, to become a one unique single Caribbean Ibero-American festival. Doing that, I think, can help us unite as a region. Thank you very much, Tere Ma. That's interesting. We can take a higher look into this and see ourselves united, Manuel. Let me add something there. The key word is world class. So tourists, especially in our days with social media, people are very well informed and of knowing what to do when they travel. And I think the solution is to create added value experiences. I was in Vietnam and they took me to fish squid. I don't know how they did it, if it was a net, but it was with just a little line. But people want to get distracted, to experience the local culture and to have this immersion and live the experience. So there must be some a culture of excellence, not only of a costly restaurant, but if I go to a pizza place and I like it and I want to go back to the same place to eat the same thing, but it's not there anymore, so you don't have to invent the product anymore. We're doing it right. We need to have excellent products, but for what tourists are expecting. How do you do that? I remember one of the case studies that Harvard does, and it is the specific case of it. TV sets in Korea. So government decided that Korea was going to be the dominating producer of TV sets in the world. And what did they do? The academia, the government, private sector, everybody was focused on one a single goal. We need universities too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a friend that had his a tourist guide certificate. It was virtually impossible to get a seat, and there was very few opportunities. So all the sectors must participate to get to that point. Thank you very much, Gonzalo. I think we must have a common guideline. I think it's important that Latam and the Caribbean can create a gastronomy line for the new generations that are just being inspired from all this success, and this can be unified in a guideline, a Latin American Caribbean guideline of a new cuisine, and everything can be united under one same brand. To create ideas, and I was saying this morning that maybe it could be something like something is cooking here, which is what's happening. I've been listening to all these talks, but also seeing lots of action, and something is being cooked here, and that's what I feel, and that's what we should put on the paper, something that's unified and very powerful. Thank you very much. I think that we have lots of ideas, and we're pretty much pumped up, and I think public is as well. So gastronomy is uniting us. We have this chain of value, not only at the end point, which is the restaurant, but from the fields, from the sea, down to the end point, which is the end game, which is the restaurant. And what tourists want is experiences, as you said.
So luxury is not having a Louis Vuitton purse, but fishing for squids, or maybe going to grow cocoa, or go cook with the chef, or sharing how they fry, how they make their tortillas, or how they cook their pastries. So that is the luxury. Thank you very much, and
Muchísimas gracias, Zamora. Gracias a todos los panelistas por sus intervenciones. Mientras
thank you to all the experts. In the meantime, I want to invite for the CAF report, the role of local governments in LATAM and the Caribbean. This presentation is going to discuss the strategic role of the local administrations and regional administrations in LATAM and the Caribbean in the framework of the decentralization processes. We'll talk about challenges and opportunities to build capabilities to improve public services to contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. For this report, we have Guillermo Alves. He is a chief economist at CAF, the LATAM and the Caribbean Development Bank. And please, the floor is yours, sir. Hello, good morning all. It's an honor to be here in Santa Marta presenting our new report for economy and development. This year we're celebrating, as Santa Marta is celebrating its 500, we're celebrating 20 years after our first economy and development report. This is the biggest product from CAF in terms of researching different topics of interest. So this year we studied the role of the local and regional administrations in LATAM. With this report of economy and development, we call close solutions, and let me tell you what this is all about. Maybe there's no better place to illustrate what we have here on the screen, which is that most of Latin Americans live very far from national capitals. Only 14% live less than 50 kilometers from the headquarters of a federal or national government, but more than 50%, like in this region in Santa Marta and Caribbean, is more than 500 kilometers from the capital. So in that context, it is necessary to have governments bring the solutions closer to the citizens through a decentralized structure, so that they can bring solutions for water, education, security, safety, territorial planning, and environmental protection. And LATAM and the Caribbean in these recent decades have been transitioning this path to bring these closest solutions. This is sort of a decentralization. This is the number of administrations that were created in every decade, and mainly the decades of 80 and the 90s, hundreds and hundreds of new local administrations created in most of the countries. Not only new governments, but they have become more autonomous with their elected authorities, something that's normal today. It wasn't that case in the 80s. You didn't elect the governor or the mayor. It was not as common, and they became more autonomous politically, and they assumed new roles and duties. It happens in Colombia and in Brazil, where local regional administrations take care of education and health. It wasn't like that during the 80s and the 90s. So we have more governments that are more autonomous, governments with key roles for the well-being of a population, but all the scholars get to the same conclusion when they take on these studies. And it is that we know very little about this local and regional governments as opposed to what's been discussed and studied about the national policy, so we know very little. There's very little data on these regional administrations, and as it was made clear, there is room for improving the capabilities of these governments. So we have the need to contribute to the improvement and identify where we can improve the realities of these local governments. So with that, we took on to write this report to understand better the role of these local governments.
Now I want to tell you about these three big questions I want to talk about. And on the one hand, I want to go ahead, what are the main challenges nowadays? And based on those presentations and challenges, the third moment of the presentations, we're going to see what are the main areas where we need to act to be able to improve those capabilities, so to have better utilities at the local level and also at the regional level. We are going to start. What are these governments? First, we have the local government, we have the municipalities, the city halls. Each country has a different name, but something in common, it's that there will always have these governments. We have these local governments. When we close the report in February this year, we have 18,763 governments in 29 of the select countries. And then we have a second type of subnational government that are the regional governments, or where in Colombia we'd call departments, and in Brazil the states, and Argentina all the different provinces. And these governments are not in most of the countries, but they are in the biggest country, where the size of the country and those distances justify that we have this intermediate government level. And what do these governments do? We talk about a big contribution. It's heterogeneous according to the countries, because the reality of decentralization, it's heterogeneous, but we can use a scheme in these three areas where we have tasks that are always, think about migration, let's think about international trade, defense, and in the left, in the yellow, we can have these other government that are essential for the development of this local, this urban policies. And we can see the transportation, territorial organization, infrastructure and recreation, local transportation. And in the middle of this sandwich, we have the regional governments and the intermediate governments that have tasks that are more associated to welfare, health and education. And the federal governments, they all federal countries, they also work in elements associated to security. This is not the real thing, but it's the way in which we can tell how this works. And we can also play with the size of this, and we can see what's the reality in a much more decentralized country, as it's the case of Brazil and also Colombia, where the local governments have more tasks, and that area belongs smaller. The national government has a smaller space, and then we have smaller countries in Latam that don't have this intermediate government level, and we can see where the national governments are the ones that are responsible for education, health, and the tasks. This is what I was telling you about the small countries, but also many countries in South America, Paraguay, Chile, and Uruguay. And that's why we have seen what is the essential contribution for the wellness, so essential as we can see the policies as the policies we see on the slides. We go to think what are the big challenges, can see all the challenges that we have, and we can have three of the many that we see in the report. And the first one, it's nothing new, and we know that many of the main characteristics that we have of our region, it's the high levels of inequality. We are And this has a counterpart, because we can see that then why is this a challenge? Because as we can say, these governments are responsible because they offer a lot of services that are important to develop these development gaps. But we can see that they have that dilemma, because that we can see that those territories, when we have so many needs, we can see that these governments are the ones that have least resources, and that's the essential thing about the decentralization in any country. But it's also common in more unequal countries as ours. Here we can see a dimension of these gaps, that it's the access to improve the water sources using the methodologies of the Sustainable Development Goals for the municipalities in Colombia. And there it's an area where Colombia has a very good performance, but we can see big gaps. And the report, not only do we want to see the water gaps, but we also make the effort to contribute with data about these performance, and therefore this is what we call the Atlas of the local and regional governments of CAF. And here we have a very extensive battery of data regarding the local territories, about the regional directories. And after the presentation, I'm going to leave you the link in the QR, so that you can explore this data and you can compare the governments and to see how they are in comparison with the others, both in Colombia and other countries, in these different development variables. And the second big challenge, and another characteristic of a region, it's the urban area. And because we live mainly in cities, the cities give us a lot of opportunities, but they also bring a lot of issues, as we can see in the image, a lot of pollution, traffic, and also lack of living. And in a continent that it's much more urbanized, we can see that this can continue, and that the UN, where 9 out of 10 people are going to be in urban areas and we can see that the urban challenge, and also being in a city that it's turning 500 years old, this is something that it's more relevant. And finally, the third challenge, here we are going to talk about the global challenges. Because one of the biggest crises in our area, which is the green crisis of the lack of biodiversity, and it touches the global and the local and regional governments. And here we can see the territorial planning and the transportations and all these areas that are key for the preservation and also the mitigation of climate change. And finally, and it's also more an opportunity than a challenge, it's the huge transportation, roboticization, AI. This is something that we're going to talk later on, because this is one of the action areas that we identify as a priority to be able to strengthen the capability of these governments. And we can see the action areas, we classify them in five. And as we can say, digitalization is going to be, and over here we can see the keys. Can see the main areas where we are able to identify, to be able to work together, and to be able to strengthen the capacities of these governments. The first area, it's the fiscal area. And we had a wonderful event. You saw it. We learned a lot about the fiscal area, and part of what I'm going to tell you, it's going to repeat some of those ideas, maybe with the advantage that I have some slides that the panelists had the conclusions that I'm going to show you in these slides. And the first conclusion that was very clear, it's that the local governments in Latam and the Caribbean, all the regional government, the design of centralization is characterized by a low fiscal autonomy. And in this graph, we can see how much they collect, what it's the income of this government as an average. As an average, we can say the height of the bars shows that the Latam governments in the Caribbean have less income, and this is something that it's reflecting that the OCDE countries are much more decentralized, as well as in Latam, in the Caribbean. Not in all the countries, the local governments are responsible for education, for health, and security. This is much more common, that because this are in charge of local governments. But the other aspect of this graph that it's so important, it's how much do the transfers, the transfer of the local, that they receive of the national government, how much of the transfers is the transfer as a percentage of their income. And as OCDE was, OECD was 43%, in Latam and the Caribbean it's almost 58%. That's why there's a lot of dependence on the transfers in a concept, in a very limited autonomy, because I don't have my own income, but because I depend from the transfer from the local government, and in part I don't have it because I have limited capacities to be able to collect, but I also have my autonomy is limited. Sometimes they limit how much the rate be. And a regional government, and also there is a context of low debt, and this is something that I was seeing that was very clear. But what the mayor told us, that he was telling about his story, about he had to increase to be able to have more access to debt, and that's why we wanted to strengthen the fiscal institutionality. This is something very important about 3 chapters where we want to analyze the income areas and all the investments and also the funding. And just allow me to tell you 3 small elements. We saw how at the local level the key it's in the value, and also the capture of surplus in the urban areas. Here we can see action, and we can see how the success in that key element, sometimes it doesn't depend of the mayors, but it also requires collaboration at the regional level or at the national level that can give the mayors tools, and they can give them TI tools that enable this updating process of the cadasters. And second, it's that the transfers are also going to play a role, but they have to be less discretional. They have to be more rules-based, and they need to include rules that allow for that the territories receive more income. There is no other way to close those huge gaps that we were talking before. And finally, it was very clear the role of the rules, and that's why Colombia, it's an example. We need to have fiscal rules. We need to have limits to debt. We need to have procedures that regulate the insolvency or bankruptcy, and of course the transparency in information. And this fiscal transparency, it's what's going to allow the local government to have a higher level of autonomy and to be able to do things for their people, and all these key elements that we talked about earlier. And the second strategic areas we are talking about all these topics. We can see that there are multiple urban actions that are, and we want to highlight 2 in planning, sustainable mobility, and with that plus sign, we would like to highlight the need of integrating these 2 aspects. We need that the new sustainable mobility infrastructure, it's a train, it's something, and that infrastructure, it's where the housing is, and that housing is where infrastructure is, and that infrastructure connects and everything with opportunities and this is something that needs to be integrated, and this is something that it's on the orbits of the local government. And in the mobility, there is a lot to do, and the CAF, it's working, and they're supporting the governments with new subway lines in the big cities, but also they want to help to turn buses electricals into to work with, to walk, pedestrian pathways, bicycles, and this is a package that wants to promote sustainable mobility, to green mobility. That is one of the key accesses to combat the crisis of climate change and to move towards the energetic transition. the third action area. And before we were talking about human talent and the ones that work, the ones that provide these key services in safety and administrative processes, education. As I was telling you, these governments where most of our needs are, and these are the areas where these officers have less devices, they have less training and salary possibilities. And we had the example of Universidad de La Plata in Argentina, and we want to train officers. And here we also have an example of CAF, because CAFs have different training initiatives for training officers. And in this case, and also in this human talent area, we need to strengthen the institutions, because sometimes we have issues with the transparency and the selection of the recruitment of officers is an area of improvement. And it's not just that this bureaucracy have a higher talent and a higher training, but at the same time that the leadership such much more representatives, because the bureaucracy have to represent their populations both at the ethnic level as the gender. And these are areas where we have huge regional deficits. When we talk about mayors, only 15% of local governments are led by women. And this is an area we're moving forward with in a very slow area, and it's also necessary to improve. Four of the five action areas, we call them cooperation. And here it's where we're going to have a couple of things. We need to consider that the fact that there are many local governments within the same countries, and amongst the countries we talk more than 1,800. They give us the opportunity that don't have the because the different local governments can try different things. And they want to imitate the good thing. They can cooperate, they can learn, and this is something important. And we want to understand and replicate the good experiences, and we can see all the government exchanges between governments are too important. And especially we're talking about the urban challenge. We can see that this cooperation is essential in the metropolitan areas in Latam and the Caribbean. We have 53 cities that have more than 1 million inhabitants. And as an average, each of those cities has 17 different jurisdictions within their territory in the same metropolitan areas, and they are different jurisdictions. And therefore, we can see we have here we can see how we would see this for the metropolitan area of Medellin that has 14 municipalities in that urban spot that we can see, and we can see that the bus and train doesn't stop when it changes from one municipality to the other, and we need to coordinate. And the same thing happens with the basins, with sanitation, and we can see most of the urban services, and especially when the cities are big. And we can see. And we can see that Medellin has a lot of metropolitan design, and where we can see that the metropolitan institutions don't exist. There are many countries that doesn't allow me to have metropolitan authorities, and this is something that we move forward. Sometimes it's not necessary to have, it's very common. And I have something, for example, an authority for transportation throughout the metropolitan area. And number 3, another area to improve, and this is something that CAF has been doing a lot, and therefore that we can see that this is something that allows to cooperate, and also to get together to be able to offer some kind of common initiative, some common consultancy of institutional design for the management, and that it's cooperational.
Mi última área de acción, la digitalización, se vincula entonces con la gran oportunidad que representa.
5. Digitalization. Today, municipalities and local governments can do
things at a lower price with a less cost, as the mayor said before. The housing cadaster was in paper. Someone had to walk the streets and look at the houses. Today that can be digitalized. You have satellites and images so that you can see what's being built in real time and at a very low cost. It is also easier to collect. Before, you needed to have an office for people to come and make a line to pay. Today it is just a click, some payment through your smartphone. So digitalization has brought an opportunity to improve state capacity. Here we highlighted these three areas, going from the most basic thing, internal bureaucratic processes, and now the paperless process. I mean, this is being done for decades now, changing papers for computers. Now we have processes and services. Look at the chatbots for people to converse with their government. And number three, the territory management tools, for example, sensors, cameras that allow a better and more efficient management of traffic, or monitoring of natural phenomena such as climate or flooding. With that, we can have sensors that can help us have early alert systems. So there are many opportunities here based on digitalization, but going back to inequalities, there are gaps that limit, that constrain the scope of this digitalization. So as we show on the graph here, there is a difference in internet speed. I mean, it's huge. In some municipalities, speed is very slow. And of course, a good part of the population don't have access to mobile devices. And in big municipalities, part of the population, for example, the elderly, has also difficulties to access digital technology. So we have to advance with digitalization, but leaving no one behind. After seeing these five areas, it is evident that this comes from the efforts of the local regional governments, but in its majority there is also a role from the national administration. Maybe the national administration is the one that provides the satellite imagery for local governments to update their housing cadastre, or maybe a digital identification system for people to come to government office to pay their tax, for example. So it is about increasing capabilities from the national administration. So it's got to be a coordinated effort between the local level of a government and the national level of a government. And there we heard our colleague from IDP, CAF is doing it in all the region, helping local governments, also national governments, searching for that integration. For this final reflection of a coordinated effort, I invite you to download the report, to access the atlas with all the data of performance of different administrations with the different indicators for development. And I thank you for your attention to my presentation, and please go ahead and read the report. I'll leave you this for a moment so that you can scan the QRs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Guillermo, for your presentation. We want to continue to show you the messages from the mayors from different regions that have joined our conference of CAF Hispanic America 500 plus. Now the turn is for the mayor of La Paz, Bolivia, Ivan Arias Duran. I'm known as the Negro, the mayor of the La Paz city, wonder of the world. So I'm saying hello from these steep mountains with this cultural heritage and material heritage. Let's preserve our history so that our history is not forgotten in the new generations, so that they all value where we come from and where we are heading. Congratulations for this meeting at this event to my colleagues of all South America, America. God bless you all. La Paz, wonder of the world. Moving on with the next panel, it is 500 cities, 500 plus, innovative, productive, and competitive. And cities turning 500 years of age have been the cluster for cultural exchange, for commercial exchange. And in that current context, they face the challenge to increase their productivity from their own essence. This panel will explore innovative strategies to incentivize their economies with the new technology. So I want to invite moderator Angel Cardenas, is manager of infrastructure for development at CAF, and also experts Alberto Lora, director of productive transformation, physical integration and services at the CAN, Omar Vera, the mayor of San Antonio in Chile, Hugo Cantis, founder, director of PRODEM and the San PRODEM of the Institute of Industries, Paula Cortez Calle, president of the Colombian Association of Travel Agencies, and Antonio Pulido, president of the Cajasora Foundation. Welcome and thank you for being with us. This is a wonderful panel. I'm going to be as brief as possible so that we can pick their brains now. I'm Angel Cardenas. I work at CAF, and today we're going to be discussing, asking a few questions. In this day and a half, we've talked about the past, but now let's talk about the future. I think that this 500 years is to ask what's the role of the cities, and of course concerning productivity and competitiveness, because especially in the case of Latam and the Caribbean, where more than 80% of the people live in big cities, and how they can become that engine of growth and innovation. For that, we're going to have a vision from different dimensions from the Andean Community of Nations. We're going to discuss how this regional integration is helping productivity and competitiveness. Let's look at it from the private sector, not only from the business perspective, but also from the social responsibility. And then we'll talk about a micro vision, looking at the ecosystem of entrepreneurship and how this collective intelligence can help productivity. We can talk about the emblematic case of San Antonio, because we are helping this Chilean port city in one of our biggest productive transformations, especially at that door with the Pacific, and of course, and not less important, and this is how the panel was designed, we'll talk about a sector that moves a lot in the competitiveness of our cities, which is tourism. So that's going to be a bit the line of intervention. I'm going to talk directly with Alberto. Alberto, CAN is helping a lot of people, and but especially what you've done with the interoperability vision, the reduction of cost of and the satellite vision, so that our countries, these 114 million of people can be more competitive and productive in that line. The question that I'd like to ask is, how is the Andean community contributing through regional integration to the increase of productivity, well-being, and competitiveness of the cities in their member countries? Good morning, everybody from the Andean community. As you know, this is a regional integration mechanism that seeks to improve the quality of life of the citizens and the Andean citizens, helping their economic growth, and we want to facilitate that there is the development and that the capacities of the Andean citizens are achieved. One of the fundamental elements that we are working on at the moment is the Andean digital agenda, as you said. One of the points in which we have contributed from that Andean digital agenda or program has to do with the mechanisms to increase access to internet, for example, in rural areas, and establish mechanisms to develop digital skills for the Andean citizens and to foster adoption of 4.0 technologies in SMEs and promote advanced technologies in prioritized sectors. We are working on some essential projects to strengthen Andean integration, especially on commerce, and I'm going to refer to a project called Intercom, which is the interoperability of the 4 Andean countries in terms of commerce through the foreign trade single windows. This is to eliminate all paper so that all transactions can be digitalized, so that there is a real-time monitoring of on commerce and trade. That is, for example, if a product is being shipped from Santa Marta to the port of Callao in Lima, immediately in Callao, Lima, they know what vessel is traveling, in what quantity, who's the crew, what the conditions of the vessel. All those aspects are all digital. All that is going to be exchanged in real time. Of course, that comes with all the documents, customs and certificates of origin, of freight, and all the sanitary documentation when transferring a product such as in this case. Another important point, and this is an industry that's very significant for Santa Marta, is tourism. At the moment, we're building and we're digitalizing the Andean touristic offer. We're developing a project called Andean Routes. It is going to be launched on August 27th. You're all invited at the Chamber of Commerce in Bogota, and we're going to have the participation of 4 authorities from the countries, where we're going to show the Andean touristic offer and the different diverse offers and how they have been decentralized, and the way the countries can receive benefits, especially the cities with touristic destinations that have not been capitalized and realized in their full potential. Transportation is also crucial. Facilitation of transport, reduction of transport cost, and air transportation, that's crucial to incentivize tourism so that more citizens can be benefited, and of course that comes with the growth and of the cities through the touristic industry, which is very significant in the region. Okay, thank you. Under this theme and under this macro vision with this integration mechanism that of course considers the use of tools, and with that I'm going to connect with the city of San Antonio in Chile. When we speak about interoperability and we speak about the reduction of all these paperwork and red tape and everything that's necessary, I mean, that affects competitiveness and productivity. For example, San Antonio in Chile is making a very important investment, one of the biggest ones at the port level, and Chile wants to be the door for the whole Pacific, but also connecting with the Argentinian Patagonia in terms of production, and of course complementing with the Shanghai port in Peru to provide Latin America other options in logistics. And thank you very much for being with us. And the question for you is, what lessons or strategies can you share from San Antonio about how to capitalize on its logistics vocation to improve competitiveness and productivity and dynamize the local economy? Sometimes ports grow very fast and they don't necessarily integrate properly with the cities. Thank you very much, everyone, and I want to thank CAF for the invitation, and of course Santa Marta, and to congratulate them for their 500 years of foundation. I come from San Antonio, Chile, 100 kilometers from the big capital, Santiago, 110 kilometers south from Valparaiso port. Poor city, and so our big success are marked in 4 lines. First, port development. San Antonio is the main port of the city and one of 10 main ports of LATAM. There is an investment for expansion necessary to move 1.8 TEUs up to 4 million TEUs with a financial investment of $4 billion, and CAF today is present in its initial phase, and that is extremely important for the development of our communities. That comes with the logistic process for connectivity necessary for triggering this port development in an efficient way. With that, there is the fishing industry, and this is one of the ports with fishing industries that contributes to the food industry in the center of the city. So this is the strategy, including tourism. We're part of the littoral of the ports with Vicente Huidobro, Pablo Neruda, and Nicanor Parra, and together with other regions. And we have been having cruise ships landing in our ports, and with that we are improving and increasing our productivity. And then we have agriculture. Which is increasing its production of pineapple and some other citric fruits, which are exported and that create jobs for our communities. Our strategy there is to attract investment. CAF, which is already well positioned in Chile, especially for this port expansion project, with that we can and we want to improve the quality of life of our people, which is our central objective. Omari.
Haciendo esta bajada, acá
Because you can say the challenge.
esta infraestructura, pero sobre todo
Because how do we translate this to be able to take wellness cities and to diversify the economies? And you give different examples, and this allows me to go to Hugo. Hugo, as you know, it's in a technical assistance that it's a pioneer for entrepreneurship and development, and there is the concept of collective intelligence to work in the entrepreneurs ecosystem. Cities as San Antonio should be a very incredible case to be able to empower this and to be able to accompany the building that entrepreneurship. And Hugo, the question is, according to your experience and according to this work of smart ecosystems in LATAM, can you please tell us how the collective can contribute to the development of innovation in all their variables and diverse contexts like the ones that we see in the different areas in the region? And okay, thank you so much, Angel. Good morning, everybody. Thanks to CAF for the invitation. It's very interesting, and therefore I can say it from a double space. It can see a conceptual space to see what is this of collective intelligence. But I would also like to tell us how we got to this concept. And therefore, this is a study center, the Global Entrepreneurship Networks. Think that we are a think tank, and this is what we understand, that this dynamic, innovative, it's a driver for the economic and social development. Having said this, it's essential to understand that for having this type of entrepreneurship, and therefore, where we to be able to help for this to happen. And we have been working for this case, and we have been working with an annual meeting where we call all the different. We can see we have a training certifier, and also for the developer of ecosystems, and therefore, and this is. And as we work with colleagues and different colleagues, and therefore, it's what we did. It's that we were, and therefore we can see that different, and therefore we can see that in the first context, and therefore, that a lot of people that would work, and therefore. And there was no measurement, there was no evidence, and therefore we did it without a strong commitment to the rest of the civil society that we wanted to benefit through entrepreneurship innovation. And therefore we had to have a good practices where the learning networks would allow to accelerate. Therefore, a group of 5 of 6 colleagues that started to work on our networks. We started to work because here we can have the idea to measure the ecosystems that we have applied, and because by request of the Argentinian government in different areas, and then in Medellin through the year with it, and believe me, and also doing in different place, because we did consultancies, because why don't we use this for the collective intelligence? And we were able to be able to get 14 cities to start. And this is what we did with that methodology. We were able to see how we were, but not only in the measurements, but throughout the years, we were able to develop a series of meetings when we can share good practices, because what we want to see is how those measurements, how each city is, and how we, the ones that are better, can learn about these good practices. Nowadays, we have been working in 27 cities, from Tijuana and Monterrey and Querétaro in Mexico until Concepción in Santiago de Chile, with different kinds of organizations like Tec de Monterrey, and also in Tijuana. We're also talking about Colombia with Medellin of ICESI in Cali, and we can keep on mentioning so many until we get to the government as Andeani in Uruguay, the government in the city of Buenos Aires. All kinds of and what do? We, as I was telling you before, we measure, we compare of us, and we develop, and what is the progress that they are having is. And therefore, it's not just that, but the picture. We have an award and one of the awards for the winners, and if it's just the transfer of good practices and to the visit of delegations that are doing it better. And I would like, and what CAF has given us, and that it's an essential ally. And and therefore we can see that the collective, this is when we get to the demand. It allows us to accelerate our ecosystem based on trying to have information, knowledge that it's built collectively, because because asking all the stakeholders of each ecosystem is essential, but also the interaction with those parties to work on actionable agendas based on results, the experience, and therefore we can see with the different technical teams, and we can say that 80% of the technical teams before the activities that we develop would go into contact between them to be able to share experiences into basically. And I apologize because if I went too long, but that was a summary. And that collective intelligence, it's important to allow for the ecosystem to move forward, and that the entrepreneurs and contribute to the economic and social development. Okay, thank you so much, Hugo, because also we are still in this building process, and from when we talk about the regional integration, we go to the political, but we can also move, we can see how this collective intelligence and of all these ecosystem, it invites me to invite the other sector, which is the private sector. And also, Antonio, I would like to talk, because we talked about this when before the panel, because of the challenge to understand how these parallel things happen between productivity and how this translates at the municipal or this or. And because Cajasol, of course, they have a lot of experience in the whole of Andalusia, but it's also part of a group in Spain, especially when we talk about innovation and how does this happen between. And okay, thank you so much for having invited me. I would like to thank CAP for the level of panelists. And that have been here, and okay, and you can see what are the best conclusions, that I also think that they're positive. Yes, Angel was telling me in the private sector, and how does this happen, because Cajasol is a foundation, but we've been a bank for more than 100, and we are a banking institution, that we are the third shareholders in Spain, and that's why the tradition, and I'm here in Cajasol, it's and in all this period, and therefore I would start with some reflections. And one, it's and we can see the productivity, the competitivity, it's the same, and it's the same in the, I don't know, I'm not as a, but me as a university professor, I can say that we cannot apply the same concepts from the conceptual perspective. Yes, evidently it can be measured, infrastructure, innovation, and therefore the growth of, but there is another part that I would call it, or I'm going to define it like the soul of any city, like its trajectory, its culture, and its own geographical situation, that allows me to say in one way or the other, it's not measurable as we can do it in the private sector. And I'm not going to contradict myself, because we can say, even somebody would like to know in this innovation parameters, in this competitivity parameters, we can see that these are tools to be able to improve that innovation that that we have been doing. therefore, but this is some very important, but I think sometimes the answer is not as important, but the questions that we ask ourselves. And therefore, and therefore, this is the cities that can they overcome it? Because the answer is evident. Yes, of course they can overcome this part of the culture, this part of the trajectory. It's just. It's not just the element that allows us to that city to develop. And you were talking about a very important topic, which is the third reflection or question that I ask myself right now. And it's how do we measure? How do we measure? Because it's very easy. It's because it's very established. We have the methodologies of how we measured that competitivity, how we measure that productivity. How do we measure this in a city? And I would ask myself that yes, that we have parameters upon which they can't be measured. We can say that they are economic parameters, like the GDP, the growth of tourism, etc. We can say that they are economic variables that can't be measured, but then on the other hand, those variables that I think we have to measure them as well, because we can see that a city has this soul part, this qualitative part, that the history that sometimes we cannot measure in such a way. I think that when we measure a city, not only do we have the economic variables, but we need to have the social variables and the immaterial variables that make us in this situation. I am so happy for being here, and maybe with public officers. I have been the president of a financial entity for many years, where we have had agreements. And where and how have we and therefore and they were also talking to me about productivity, about innovation, and we also in this project that I was so happy and how much we use this to measure this with regards to any private initiative. But okay, to finish off, the question is it possible, should we what are the activities that can be done to improve all these parameters in a city with all the questions that I've defined before? Because we cannot apply them to a private entity. Well, obviously, we can do things, of course. We can improve the infrastructure, collaborate, contributes to a better competitivity and innovation, etc. We can say that technological innovation and all the multiple process of a city contributes, and therefore it contributes what it's a type. There are some types of intangibles that are so important to improve the competitivity, to improve the productivity. And I am going to go, and here I would like to focus, and I would like to ask you about the question about and I want to finish off by saying that what we need to do for that improvement is to have a strategic vision, a strategic vision that is capable of combining these elements that we have previously said, the improvement in the infrastructure, this agility, etc. How, as in material events, we can see the culture of the city, it's the competitivity, the innovation, the productivity of each city. It's not just a material thing, but it's an immaterial thing. We need to build something that includes improvements in infrastructure, and I'm going to finish off because we can see that all the combinations, because in Sevilla, the city that I come from, the expo of we can see the expo, and we can see they transformed the city, they transformed it in infrastructures, and now they have 17 bridges. This is something new. We can have a train station, and therefore, do you know something? We can see that the mayor lost those elections, and we're going to have the highest investment in that story. And this is something that we haven't asked ourselves because we lacked like a story. We lacked that immaterial element, the very positive, that was useful to have an improvement in all these parameters in an absolutely brilliant way for the development in 29. Something happened. What do between the relationships, and in this sense, and what I would like to highlight, it's important and to be able to measure this productivity, innovation, competitivity in what the cities are, and also the need to combine them between the material elements and the immaterial elements. We need a story and a strategic vision. Thank you so much, Antonio. I'm gonna stay with something and it allows me to connect with Paula. We can see that the cities have a soul, and that's what is CAF it's betting on. We want to say that the cities are the natural lung, and we always ask the Secretary of Creative Economies, Enrique Bogaro, that says that the cities need to be the creative lung of our region. And in this, I'm going to introduce Paula, who is the president of ANATO, but above all, about this vision of Colombia of this last. I always remember that they say that with the risk that Colombia has is to stay. Colombia, and not only to send the beaches and all the natural things, but also to go to that last mile of taking advantage of the culture of the Pacific, and also the carnivals of Barranquilla, and also all the Colombian coast. And how can we, from your sector, because once again, this is the sector that can give this promotion, how can we as competitive touristic sectors, but without losing the local identity and the cultural and historical value and the soul? Okay, hi everybody. Thank you, Angel. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Sergio Diaz Granados and the CAF for the invitation. I represent ANATO, which is the Colombian Association of Travel Agencies and Tourism, and we have we have been 75 years in Colombia, and additionally, and we manage we manage like a showcase where not only do we have all the corners of our country, but we also have all the and basically this year, because of the 500 years and also the birthday of Santa Marta, I had the opportunity of being being part of the case show, and to be able to show all the potential. And therefore, how can we, what is the coordination? And we can say that tourism is so important in the region. It's the base that generates an economy. And in Colombia, in the last years, we've been able to have a growth that it's above 7% of foreign visitors. Last year, We closed almost with 7 million of non-resident visitors, and 8% growth. And this is something that we've been sustaining in the last years. And this is how the people get to know. And therefore, this has been the public-private, and this is something that it's just not just a private sector, and we want to, and we can see that in all the travel agencies going to all the international fairs to also, and we are going to go to a specific moment with this city where we currently are. This is one.
Diferencia de muchas otras ciudades con más de 500 años, donde no solamente es ciudad, sino que también es cultura, también es...
This is one of the most relevant destinations we have in Colombia, and that includes the indigenous communities and the communities, which makes the city sustainable. So travel agencies and through their touristic packages exploit that storytelling. So that's what we do. We exploit that narrative through the touristic product. So it is not just left passive, but the travel agent works together with the communities and serves the communities so that they can serve national tourism and international tourism, that experience they're looking for. I think that 500 plus cities do not compete for modernity, but they compete for the culture, that uniqueness of these cities. And of course, cities such as Santa Marta, and for the sector of travel agencies, there has been an increase of the touristic offer. And of course, it is one of the drivers for that unique experience that tourists want to live. It is very important for us as a sector because we are the ones that promote the destination, but also that comes with territorial planning to understand the tourist products and what we want to sell. So with the travel agencies, we are reaching out to territories where we could not go years ago given the problem of violence we had, as you all know. But together with the tourism promotion fund, we've been promoting 5 departments in our country, promoting travel agency training communities so that we can organize business rounds. We bring international travel agencies, the ones that attract international tourism, to offer these new local communities and new local destinations. That is the real nature of a travel agency and international tourism. And something else that I wanted to say is that CAF, who we thank a lot for all the support they provide for the tourism sector, and Sergio Diaz Granados was my predecessor. He was the president of the Travel Agency Association, as well as Oscar Rueda. So there are people here working with us, and of course promoting our country and these wonderful destinations such as Santa Marta. In 10 seconds? Well, I cannot ask any further questions because we run out of time. So let me summarize. We cannot see our cities as silos, but we're bigger markets. Again, the Andean community of nations include more than 600 million people in all LATAM. So, of course, we still have the responsibility in the big players
and mayors. So it is the mayors and local territorial administrations. They're the ones that have to think outside the box. And again, the sum of the parts would be better, but that doesn't happen if we don't engage with the ecosystem, with the collective intelligence bottom up. Because again, experience such as tourism, as Paula said, and yesterday they said it too, this is drivers that include those vulnerable populations. So that has to come with the bottom-up construction, but this is not possible if we don't come up with a combination. That reminds me of a quote. It is not the economy, but the narrative. It is not just about doing it, but having the right narrative to include all those stakeholders in the ecosystem. And without the participation of a private sector, wonderful things wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for those conclusions, and now we move on with another panel. Organized growth and housing. Sustainable development requires organized growth and proper planning for housing and infrastructure to improve the quality of life of their people and to improve their economic competitiveness. For that, I want to invite the moderator for this panel, Julian. He is the manager for Sustainable Territorial Development at CAF. Together with him, we're going to have Alfonso Vergara from the Metrópoli Foundation, Elizabeth Añaños, President of the National Commission for Infrastructure, Fredo Bateman, Urban Pro, and Ana María Aljure, Manager of the City of Barranquilla. So this is the panel before the last, after a very long but very productive conference, 5 cities, 500 plus, legacy for the future. So as recently presented, we want to now discuss with these 4 experts about the challenge that cities have in a framework of a transformation process for accelerated growth in cities that have discussed about the urbanization, but along these 500 years, these cities have gone through a very significant transformation. Since their foundation through industrial revolutions and lately going through this modern processes of accelerated urban growth. We saw with that in our economic report. So this, with this urbanization by 2050, Latam and the Caribbean is going to be the continent, not the the most urbanized region, but in the cities there are undesired phenomena such as disorganized urban growth, social exclusion. Today in Latam and the Caribbean, 23% of the population, 1 out of every 4 live in informal settlements. Informal settlements from Argentina, we call them villages, and misery. That's where exclusion is more raw. That's where there's no basic services and utilities. And also our Economic Development Report from 2022 discussed those inequalities, and these inequalities pass from generation to generation, but the common denominator in what they call the Russian roulette is that the environment where you're born, where people are born, where you grow up, somehow is exposed directly to their future situation. And these cities have a cultural legacy that's very relevant. It is 5 centuries of history in these 500 plus cities, which is, of course, a source of lessons learned for other younger cities. So that's what we're going to be discussing about, but there's 4 experts, and directly I want to introduce them. We have Alfonso Vergara to my left. He is my friend at the CAF, but he's also a founder and a president of the Metropole Foundation, International Center for Excellence, devoted to research, design, and innovation of cities. He's an architect, he's an economist, he's a sociologist with a PhD in urban planning. Alfonso is a professor, international advisor in urbanism, president of Visocar. He has received a number of international awards, and especially he's led key projects in Latam. He is also the manager and representative of Chamber of Chile, and there Alfonso has been for a few years, and I'm going to be asking about your role as a promoter of the Caribbean Diamond Project in Colombia. Elizabeth Añaños is president of the National Commission of Infrastructure of the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Peru. Long, vast experience in urban development, and she's going to give us her vision from the public policy perspective at the national level. And she's an architect and specialist in public policies and local strategies and other basic services such as education, health, and housing. She's been a vice minister of housing in Peru, where she led the design and implementation of a national policy for sustainable housing. Thank you for being with us, and also we have worked together at CAF.
Alfredo Bateman, o Bateman, de las dos formas me dijiste que está bien, es director y miembro fundador de Urban Pro. Urban Pro is
a consulting firm specialized in implementing public policies oriented to territorial economic development, specialist in productivity, regional economic convergence, is an author of various academic papers and technical studies related to local economic growth, and last but not least, local from the panel, at least one of the 2. I think that we've become already locals from Santa Marta. I'm a fan of River. That's where Falcao, the football player, started to play. And Maria Gomez, the expert in territorial development, more than 20 years experience leading transformational processes in the territory
We're sure that your experience in Barranquilla was very valuable. You've been part of a team of that has transformed Barranquilla, which doesn't compare with 20 years ago, and she's led Pro Barranquilla, that is the investment promotion agency, for more than a decade, and we have seen how Barranquilla has become a benchmark and a recipient of public and private investment. Let's now start with the questions. For the sake of time. So the first one goes to you, Alfonso. What about your very close relationship with the Colombian Caribbean? We were talking about the Caribbean Diamond Project in Colombia. This project has been brought to those cities that share the historic conditions and urbanistic conditions that we have in Santa Marta and other cities of Colombia. What lessons can you share with us about the Diamond Project, with that vision integrating the smart territory, and how these initiatives impact the territory?
Bueno, muchas gracias de verdad por esta invitación. La verdad que la labor que está.
Thank you very much. I want to thank CAF for what you're doing in LATAM. Now, concerning the Diamond Caribbean project, and looking at the picture, what you see there is that you see 3 cities. To the left, you see Cartagena, Barranquilla, and Santa Marta. The territory in Colombia has about 5 million inhabitants. Let's start with this. 80% of the world population lives on the coast. In Colombia, only 20% of the population of Colombia lives on the coast. So that Caribbean city you see there, not only Cartagena, Barranquilla, and Santa Marta with their rivalries, but the strategic complementation of these 3 cities is fundamental for Colombia. The concept of the territorial diamonds and these polycentric structures. There is this possible complementation between Cartagena, Barranquilla, and Santa Marta, with a very crucial thing. The cities growing in the world is not the mega cities. We have more growth in mid-sized cities. In less than 20 years, the mid-sized cities are going to go from contributing 11% to the world economy to contributing 37% to the global economy. But what about those mid-sized cities to be relevant? They need that critical mass to have that better connectivity, airports and ports, so that they can have more education offer, more sanitation and basic services, but they need to have a longer list of options to be a magnet for attracting talent. That is the base of the competitive advantage of the cities of the future. Here you see 3 mid-sized cities that if they connect and if they complement, they can be a huge benchmark. Look at Cartagena de Indias. That is Cartagena de Indias, and this is the environmental substract. The risk of climate change and the social differences with the metropolitan vision, as you see in the image, you can have a solution, or the recovery of a historic bay and make it into a digital bay. That pink area has a potential for urban renovation, together with the historic center, combining history and a future, tradition, identity, and at the same time the future of the future. But natural elements such as the Virgin Bay or the international airport that they're trimming in Cartagena would allow the urban growth not to be just diffuse, but to concentrate it in dialogue with the infrastructure and with the environment. So this vision is key. If you look at Barranquilla, the metropolitan area, Barranquilla has 2 million inhabitants. If you see this in this picture, the possibility to build a project, a city project. So you can see to the left is the airport, to the right you have a port, and then you have this road, and then next to the Magdalena River you see all that
promenade and having a city project for the future is crucial for the city to have a narrative, as you said before. And in the case of Santa Marta, they have some very interesting components. The highest mountain of the world is very close to the sea, 6,000 meters of altitude, the hydric system. And as you see here between Arataca and Ciénaga, there is a system of traditional agricultural clusters, but between Ciénaga and Santa Marta, there is a linear city, the linear city of the coast, which a huge potential, not only the historic Bay of Cartagena, but also all this territory. And the environmental system is unique. This is the Tayrona Park, the system of marshes and all these very fundamental elements, but the key is going back to the Bay of Santa Marta. You can see how the Santa Marta Bay has been treated as a port that used to trade with coal. You can see one of the most beautiful bays in Colombia. However, it
that potential hasn't been used in an adequate manner, and there is an opportunity to rethink the port infrastructures. And here in the south, you can see some military stations that could be a technological park of tourism, and definitely the idea of recovering the famous train of the coast that the bank could fund to connect the port, to connect the universities, to connect the airports, to connect the logistic systems, and also to have the critical mass to be able to. And therefore, nowadays, the cities don't compete, the urban systems compete. We can see these polycentric structures that are capable to generate magnetism for the creation of talent, which is the basis of competitivity and the advantage and the competitive advantage looking towards the future. These are some brief reflections, but I think that some of the topics that can be seen in a graphic manner, in a very specific manner, in which the cities have a future project, and to help with the project, cities that don't have the project, and that they don't have a leadership, future vision of the project beyond the general plans, because they're all in crisis. But we need new instruments, global vision to identifies the capacity to create projects through the public sector and the private sector, and in this way to build a different and attractive territory through this strategic complementarity between the cities. Excellent, and thank you so much, Alfonso. And I just have one word of what you were saying, because you were talking about a future strategic vision, but you also started to talk about the critical mass for the retention and attraction of talent, and this is key. This is key for the cities to be able to have a strategic, midterm and long-term. And you also talked about this combination of history and the future, and the idea is not to lose her identity. And now we're going to give the word to Ana Maria Elizabeth. And given your experience not only in the urban development in Peru, but also you have led some strategic programs such as the Plan Selva in Peru and others related to the expansion of social infrastructure in areas in the vulnerable relationship in environmental conditions. How can the city's 500 years plus to have comprehensive approaches that are sensitive to planning of infrastructure with a climate and social perspective in such a way that the organized growth of these territories go hand in hand with the possibility of having access to a dignified living in other. First of all, thank you. And as a Peruvian, maybe I'm going to start by connecting with what we've talked about when you talk about the ecosystem and the topic of housing. And why do I say this? Because when we have all the boom of the food in Peru, and we also need to talk about food, and therefore, who has to sit on the table and also what type of supplies and what type of ecosystem participate in food production and housing for this to be sustainable, for it to be diverse, for it to be able to take care of the cultural conditions. We need to start to review the ecosystem, to start to design the public policies. That not necessarily happens because that's the process that it's connected to all the relationships that you talked about, and how does that connect to people? Therefore, part of it, and what happened in 2021 when we created the policy, it's to acknowledge the ecosystem, and we acknowledge and not only do we have the public officer, and because long ago we were talking that we needed to train the public officers, and therefore for housing you need the private sector, you need a person because giving the high levels of therefore we have a formal housing, and that's why we needed to acknowledge that ecosystem and know that a lot of the investment are in the same families. It's sometimes we can see what are the capacity if it's a sector that those and that requires, and as we can say, and therefore and also we have housing. We can see that most of the population we have people that have formal economies that move a lot of resources. That's why we work as partners, and therefore the same families that have like $60,000 for the building of their home without basic conditions, without quality. And the truth is that we can think about another type of development. And I think that it's important to focus on this point. And the other point that I consider it's important is to acknowledge the ecosystem and associating with the cities and the challenges that the cities has, and all that and everything, and all this cultural baggage and all these layers of cultures that we have as Peru and Lima, 400 archaeological sites. And therefore we can see, and therefore in a city we have all these patrimonial sites that live with so many cultures, and therefore we cannot see that we have a new challenge, that it's the topic of extractive tourism, and this is something that we have to include it in the housing debate, and that we need a regenerative tourism that can place a focus on what's happening in Mexico City and therefore in Lima, and I think that it's going to happen in some areas and others don't, in Cusco, and there's a cultural displacement that it's like, and I think that there's spaces, and therefore to demystify and to include it in the rules of the game. And we need to acknowledge that we have global challenges all over for the mobilization and changes, and the association that implementing the cities, and we also add climate change, which is another topic that we need to cover, because there is a relationship between the center and the periphery. It's connected, because we need to take care of everything. And I think that that's the idea, because we need to have a diversity, we need to have a potency in the projects, we need to check out the ecosystem and to place the citizen at the center. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. The ecosystem, the citizen, okay, the private sector, the regenerative tourism, it's a very specific lines, and also associated to one of the main contemporary challenges of these cities that grow in an accelerated way, which is the housing is something that the CAF wants to highlight, especially the future, both with the public sector and with the private sector. I'm going to skip you, and let's go to Ana Maria, because Ana Maria, Barranquilla, and you know it. It's a city that it's a very special city for CAF, because this is where in December 2021 CAF launched its biodiversities. This has gone through, and where more than 230 cities have moved around, and also in the Caribbean, that basically they have the purpose of, in certain way, to coordinate in a timely manner the natural capital, the biodiversity, with all these contemporary challenges of our cities. But it's not long ago we were in Barranquilla participating of the Local Development Forum, 2025 Local Development Forum. We had I wanted to congratulate you for that organization that you had to do, but I want to stop in the strategic projects that you have promoted from public management, and especially in Mallorquín, El Malecón del Río, and other urban interventions. And I would like to say what's the balance and what are the lessons learned, and therefore what are
que apuestan por la transformación de
that bet on the transformation of urban with all these sustainability approaches, as Barranquilla is doing, nature-based. Okay, and okay, good afternoon. I think that we're all here hungry.
Tiempo y voy a evitar todos estos saludos protocolarios, pero
All these protocol greetings. I would like to thank everybody for having allowed me to be here in this space, and also CAF and the leadership of Sergio Granados, that has been a friend of Barranquilla since day one, and it's been connected to this transformation history of the city. Today, I have a different kind of hat. I am representing the city management, Ana Maria Aljure, and also the mayor. And I would like to tell you that the transformation story of Barranquilla, that I was thinking that this is a story, that it was a love story that was going on a wrong way. And thanks God, I think that it has a beautiful ending. It's still not over yet, but we need to see how one reconnects with that initial love. And when I think about what's Barranquilla and the river, because Barranquilla is the river and it's the sea. But if you would ask my daughter, when she was 10 years ago, she didn't know that it was next to a river. But 70 years ago, all the migration, we're talking about the talent, came in through Barranquilla. All the industry, the development went in through Barranquilla. And that the ports were and are a key stakeholder for the territory and for the development of the city. And for many, many reasons that are not required, Barranquilla goes in through a time of decay, of trying to give the back to the river, and decided to break up with the river. And that's why I'm talking about relationships, and how Barranquilla decides on one hand to turn its back on the river, and on the other hand, it's the first thing, it was agonizing. And inaccessible beaches, we had no beaches, and 1 square meter of open space, 14 is ideal. And that's the story that I wanted to change. That's the radical change that Barranquilla had. And in 2008, that was said by the ex-governor, ex-mayor Elsa Noguera, Barranquilla was a city that was unfeasible. And many cities decided to relocate to Barranquilla, where there was no access to conversations between, and where the law 550, and therefore everything was deteriorated, and the bay was filled with garbage, and everything that can happen around these type of spaces. And when the water would arrive to Barranquilla, there was another fight. There were all kinds of streams, which means we would die in the streets whenever it rained, because you were gonna cross a street, you didn't know a stream would come in, and there were people dead, there were people in their cars dead. So we were a city that didn't know how to dialogue with the water. And back then we decided to take a decision that was a clear guideline about how to recover the city. I think that the most important thing were the partnerships, the public sector, the NGOs, foundations, the academia, and everybody wanted to sit down and talk. And additionally, of course, and this is something that I think that goes beyond that public-private conversation that was relevant. We can see that the city starts to provide complete outcomes about the challenges that Barranquilla had. And we started
La ayuda a la cooperación internacional.
with the help and also through the private planning. But above all, something that it's very difficult to measure, and it's the involvement of our people in the sense of belonging and pride. And Barranquilla starts to work, and nowadays I can see that we're a global reference for urban development and sustainable development. And I say it, and therefore we can say that something very important were the city tours, that were the visits of some people would leave, they would go and they would, that the study cases, that people would say, okay, we're going to see what's going on here. And therefore, this was before we couldn't take them anywhere. And we can say that this was very and therefore, what happens with all these developments below the urban development, we can see that people are at the center and at the center of the discussion. And I think this is one of the most valuable things. We can see that all the decisions that are made associated to these kind of projects that are developed in the city take into account the citizen. And therefore we measured that the sea walk, that it's a very important way. We can say, oh, it's like a river walk. We can say that nowadays it's a political expressions about how everybody has access to services and how we all have access to the benefits. And okay, how has been the accompanying of the multilateral bank and especially CAF for this process? All these projects have been done in a partnership with the multilateral bank, not from the beginning, and therefore, and we can say that nowadays, when everybody would go to Bogota, the national bank or the local bank, nobody would open our doors. When the city starts to define a guideline regarding to what it wanted to accomplish, we started to add, and that's why when the multilateral bank becomes key in all the projects that I mentioned, Ciénaga de Mallorquín, Malecón, and the Puerto Mocho, and all the projects that nowadays are in a transformational process, associated, for example, like the Arroyo León has a participation of the multilateral bank. And it's been something key in all this process, and that's why we're very clear that without you or the other stakeholders, maybe Barranquilla could have moved forward, but not where it wants to get. And I think that's the relevance of this conversation. Okay, great, great that I have the mayor of Santa Marta. I'm not going to be a spoiler, but it's going to be great of the good relationship we all have. Alfredo, one of the two, and within the framework of non-reimbursable technical cooperation of CAF, we have talked about the formulation of a district of 2024 district development plan, something that is called Santa Marta 500 plus, and you have directed this work. We can see that this plan bets to move forward on a solution of the enabling principles of the development of Santa Marta. And in this sense, I would like to ask you that with that experience and given the emphasis in urban economic, the economic reactivation, the public-private that it's being created within the framework of this plan, what mechanisms would you recommend so that other tools, so that other cities 500 years plus finance all this patrimony preservation based on this urban and rural chain values, and therefore how everything is conceived in that plan? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I would say three elements, and I think that the first recommendation and it's associated for the, and as we can say, we've divorced the physical and the spatial planning of and for the social and economic planning. We can see that our developmental tools and we can see in the territorial planning goes on the other side, and also we have a very strange separation, and you know this well, between the social, the planning of the architects, of the economists, and therefore it's an error that we have in Latin America. And the
y productividad que tiene una ciudad es ordenar bien su suelo y su territorio, y en torno a él generar proyectos que sean realmente detonantes.
Next, we have focused too much on the consequences rather than the causes. We have issues with inequalities and social problems, and of course we still have to do social policies, but if we do too much, we don't do much economic policies at the territorial level, we won't be able to solve the problems with social issues and inequalities if we don't activate, trigger, and implement economic policies. If there's no revenue for the people, we won't be able to protect our planet. We won't be able to meet the challenges in the report if we don't focus on economic development and productivity. And the subnational governments have a role they haven't seen that has to do with the strategic projects that they just presented, such as the Caribbean Diamond. They designed it, and now the problem is implementation. There is a huge gap between projects and execution, and that's a huge problem for the stakeholders. Every sector has their budget, and the better way to use it is everybody with their sector. Same thing with the banks and development bank. It's a lot easier for them to have a water treatment plant or a road, because that's easier to be evaluated in financial terms rather than just having an integrated urban project. So the projects that are being demanded by our territories are very complex. I mean, they can be structured, but the technical capacity is necessary, but they violate the incentives that the stakeholders have every day. It takes coordination, it takes teamwork, it requires different levels of public sector, it requires territorial associativity, it requires the participation of a private and public sector. So that is the sum of the stakeholders, but without that there's no transformation. If we continue to have sectorial low impact projects, with that we will never change the realities in our territories. Great, thank you very much, Alfredo. And CAF is doing this conference to make us understand that we must work on focus on these cultural creative economies, recognizing the identities of every city, in this case the heritage, the opportunity to develop local economies, and that has to do with the solution. Well, I'm being now asked to end. Let's close in 1 minute. I'm going to just improvise. Yesterday they announced the launch of a partnership of Hispano-American cities, and the SEGIB CAF is going to also provide technical assistance, and it's work to work with these 500 plus cities. It is 41 cities in Latam and the Caribbean that are going to be turning 500 years in the coming years in 1 minute. What should this network consider? Between the CAF and SEGIB, what is one or two priorities for technical assistance to provide support to this network? And Alfonso, let's start with you. As I said at the beginning, the key is having this shared project. So it is vital to make the effort to understand that there are cities that should be prioritized, and it should include the urban trilogy, that is economy, society, and the environment, investing in the landscape, you can improve competitiveness. If you improve mobility, then you're integrating the population in the communities. So that is the integration of the urban trilogy. So the main effort is to incentivize these cities to design for the future. But you need the narrative, you need a project for the future, and in that context, identify strategic operations and have the creativity to drive those projects forward with the public and private contribution, and there the bank can help a lot. And of course, with tourism, all the efforts the cities have made, these 500 plus cities in tourism are hugely positive efforts, which is training, retention of talent, and that attraction of tourism also brings the population, the people that contribute with creativity. You cannot attract talent if you don't have proper housing, because talent is not the wealthy people in the society. It's happening in Singapore. We've been attracting talent, and now the problem of having talent, but the executives is the price of housing, and we're creating islands around Singapore and Indonesia where the income is lower, but then they go to work on the multinationals in Singapore without a proper housing policy. There's no social balance. Looking at the other problems in the region, I think it's key to strengthen the mechanisms, that is, institutions to implement and execute, because the bottleneck is in the management. In the case of Peru, there is an initiative based on the urban development law. It created the local urban developers, including housing and services, but I think there's room to have all the local operators to act as the execution vehicle, but there we have the gap of technical assistance to strengthen governance, and that is key. Otherwise, there's no project. For a network to operate, I mean, they all have objectives and strategies and agreements, and everything they say is true. The diagnostic is, I mean, it's an over diagnostic, but the difficult thing is when you understand just one or two decisions that have a positive impact on all the members. That is, I don't have to be convinced of why I have to participate, but I must be the one that wishes to participate, because there is the conviction that altogether we're going to realize the projects of whatever they decide to do. So, having said that, including everything we have said here, having the people in the center of the decisions, all that has to do with a human being, and I'm convinced that everything has to go around happier people, more productive people. Everything has to do with that, and the only way to do it is when you are able to engage and understand the need of everybody. Once you understand the need, then you can define the roadmap, and something that's very difficult, which is to choose one. There are 1,000 needs, 1,000 diagnostics, 1,000 demands. Just pick one or two, and with that we can build. Of course, we hope to have the leadership of Barranquilla to help the network now. Alfonso, I would say, if there is something in common in this 500 plus cities, is heritage, history, and a history of we have seen in this conference is based on the encounter of ideas. It is a city, it is a factory of ideas, it is the encounter of what is different, and based on that we can create innovation, create a quality of life and productivity. I think that we should turn it around. We have this natural cultural
historic value, how we can turn that around so that we can be part of that 500 plus cities. We have run out of time already, so partnerships, ecosystems, magnetism, and new ideas, local economies. This is some of the highlights, some of the headlines that we take with us. And this is the panel before the last one to appreciate the work of the organizers. I just want to take the opportunity, Carolina van der Hood, a huge team behind the organizing of this event. Carolina and everybody. I don't want to forget any name. Juliana and Alicia, the president that invited us. Thank you all.
Muchísimas gracias a Julián y a todos sus panelistas por su participación en este conversatorio. A continuación damos paso a nuestro último conversatorio de esta conferencia. Se titula Ciudades que miran a sus ríos en armonía con su biodiversidad.
Now we're going to talk about rivers and biodiversity. Cities of this event have broken their connection with the natural base. This is why they're having these problems with environmental quality and availability of natural resources. So in this panel that we're going to see in a moment, we're going to discuss the importance of reshaping the natural base in these cities and returning water to its priority position and promote nature-based solutions so that we can secure the quality of life and sustainability, always considering the work with the network of biodiversity. We want to invite moderator Alicia Montalvo, manager of climate action and biodiversity at CAF. Here she is. Alicia is already on the stage. Then we want to invite Sandra Vilardi, former Vice Minister of Environmental Policies in Colombia, Zarzuela Gil, the Director of Hydropolis, and Genesis Abreu, the Director of Partnerships for Urban Preservation of the Botanic Garden in New York. Thank you. Alicia, please, you have the floor.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Sabemos.
We know that we have very short time, and we're going to try to stick to the agenda, and we are going to do it the right way. We do biodiversity. We're very resilient. We can adapt, and we're going to go straight to the point. We have heard a lot about the importance of having cities look into the past to appreciate the future. And if there is a very specific issue, there is environmental issues, because nature is always recovering its space. It never stops. We say mountains are alive, lakes are alive. Santa Marta is the heart of the world. Everything goes back to life, and we cannot end this conference without speaking about the importance of nature and the harmony, which is the concept that prevails when we talk about biodiversity. And today we're going to talk about harmony with three experts. Some of other panelists had to leave, but these three people represent the resilience, so that rivers and ecosystems, it's not that the ecosystems become a part of a city, but the other way around. So how can we make that our priority, both to improve quality of life and also to avoid many of the problems we have seen today? So let me start with Sandra Vilardi. She is a former past Minister of Environment, but she's so relevant and so knowledgeable from Santa Marta, and a biologist. I want to start with you. How do you see this challenge of harmonizing with biodiversity and rivers? Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, CAF, for the invitation. I think we have to stop here for a moment and appreciate that for a long time we have seen nature as a an accessory, and there is this duality. So about like preserving nature or developing the cities, but happen as far as possible. But the problem there is that we have gotten to a place today where the crisis of biodiversity is putting at risk the economic development of humanity because we depend on nature. So what they're telling us there today, I mean, all these world experts, but also the peoples, indigenous peoples and the farmers say that we rely on nature. Nature has subsidized our lives historically. The thing is that we lose sight of it, and in the economic system we just see the materials and minerals and resources, the ones that we trade to the market, but we forget the value of rivers, for example, how they contribute to sediments to avoid coastal erosion. At some point in history, we satinized sediments, and sediments became very negative and harmful, but they preserve a part of the beaches and bodies of water that we have also buried that avoid coastal erosion. For example, in this very beautiful city that we love so much, how much does it take? How much does it cost for us to find the shadow of a tree to just sit and rest? So at this at this point, 500 years of cities, we need to appreciate again the value of biodiversity to preserve human well-being and economic dynamics, and understand and recognize how much we rely on them. So our job there is something that we have happening. Nature is capital, natural capital, and the president of CAF has said this, and I thank the development banks for improving this and natural capital. We've been losing our natural capital, so there's nothing that's more urgent in these times of loss of biodiversity to rather than investing in natural capital to increase the benefits to societies. Our rivers, of course, maybe one of the ecosystems that we have lost the most. Santa Marta is a highly diverse place because we have the ocean and we have a mountain in one single area. It is a refuge for life, and so the amount of diversity we have here is exceptional on the planet, but we've lost it at a very accelerated pace. There will no be better investment to preserve tourism, no better investment to maintain that cultural development, no better investment to incentivize agriculture than investing in biodiversity. And there we need to come to terms again, because it is like nature is just a pain in the neck instead of just renaturalizing the rivers and biodiversity. So in the next 500 years, what we have to see nature as a asset that we need to reinvest, so we can have a regenerative economy with the nature bio-inspired. It is not just about extracting, but inspiring solutions for markets and societies.
Aplauso para este cambio de mirada. Y si ha habido un cambio de mirada también, pasamos de una ciudad que cumple 500 años a una ciudad que tiene más de 2000 años, que es la ciudad de Zaragoza. Miguel.
Now let's talk about Zaragoza. Ebropolis is an NGO that converted the Ebro River in Zaragoza. And we have heard that we have Hispano-America, Latin America, and so on, or Ibero-America, as you all know, comes from Ebro. So, Miguel, you come from the heart of what created this link between Spain and Latin America, and based on your experience, how we can treat the river so that we can improve quality of life of people. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, CAF and the municipality of Santa Marta. Let me talk about Ebro for the second round in this first round, and I'd like to start with the with a quote by Héctor Abafacio Lince, a Colombian writer very successful in Europe, and in his book, his father is the main character, and he wants water to arrive in the proper quality because that's affecting the health. And then he was assassinated, and it was a social problem. So we still talk about that. Water is a basic and necessary need for human life, but quality water is the one we need for these societies to thrive, and for our cities to make some sense.
You already know that I'm not a technician, that there are two key formulas to be able to have this type of water close by, and we have the use or the attraction of underwater water when we would be talking in this case about Bogota or cities like Mexico. Based on that, we're going to have different technically difficult challenges to see what the future is. But of course, we have three options that are key so that this thing can move forward. One, it's regulation, because the regulation of the water, which there's a water supply. Well, all the underground water needs to have all kinds of usages. That's why we need water treatment. And I know that we are working on this, but I do know that they are handling this in Santa Marta, and then they need a purifier that allows to live with this environment and with this water that we have been using for all other purposes. And the usage above all, the ones associated to the riverine usage, they start about the supply, which is a classic and the basic for people, but of course we also have farming usages, industrial usages, sporting usages, touristic usages, and we can't forget about power usages that are becoming so important. Based on that, based on these three phases that we're going to talk about, regulation and depuration, we're going to be able to have an activity that, as Sandra will say, is going to allow us to live with our environment. In this case, a riverine environment. And yes, it's clear that water is a resource that can be a solution, but it's something that and now that I would like to talk about to Genesis Abreu, that works in the Botanical Garden of New York, with whom we are also preparing an agreement that would allow to develop a botanical garden, and we are so happy with this initiatives. And therefore, thank you, Genesis. And therefore, how do you see what's the role of the botanical gardens, and also and how they work, how we can see a harmony between the cities? I would like to thank Rafa for having invited the Botanical Garden in New York, and also the city of Santa Marta. And they sent, and also Mauricio Diaz Granados, and for us the Botanical Gardens. And therefore, the Botanical Garden was founded in 1891, and therefore we are located in the Bronx, that it's part of the city of New York, and we also have a river that it's called the Bronx River, and therefore that includes two counties, but the county of the Westchester that it's part of. And therefore that we can see that the rivers don't acknowledge, that means when we want to protect this, we cannot or we can work with the municipalities of the city of with New York, but also with collaborators, investigators, local communities, and also collective groups, and also in the county of Westchester. We can see it that this is a place where we can work in all these multidisciplinary sectors, and therefore, so that everybody is part of the conversation and the developing in the planning of how can we protect our rivers. We also focus on local education and in our rivers and the plants and also the plants inside and around the rivers, because we can say when the community is involved in this process, therefore, and therefore we can see and therefore where they how they can use the river, and therefore maybe and therefore and in reality we are going to inspire our strategy or institutional strategy and also our scientific and so and we can work with different stakeholders for the restoration of the Bronx River. And thank you. Maybe everybody had to leave because he left us a video, and I would like to show about the relevance about how we work with biodiversities. And Luján, it's a part of the biodiversity networks. This is a case. And therefore maybe we can help or to see when we work on water, not only from the sanitary perspectives, but I would also like but to be able to have a video to see and therefore we can see the relevance of this biodiversity networks. If the video works, fine. If not, we'll continue. Yeah, there was a danger. We had to run away. But maybe very complex situations that they don't see the solutions. As I was telling you, we are. Okay, this is a lot of things that goes beyond. when CAF was okay, because CAF works a lot with water, and that's why this project was highly visible as considered, like I said, transformative things.
¿No? Es decir, la política. La verdadera política es la que
Yo viví muchas inundaciones, muchas obras, pero ojalá que esta vez sea cierto. No, nunca en la historia del río se inundó. Sí, nunca.
Después mi abuelo tenía una forma de medir, él pone un escarbadiente en un lugar puntual. Y él sabía que si llegaba ese escarbadiente, tenía punto.
La Virgen también se inundó conmigo, así que nos inundamos juntas.
El agua es la vida, sin agua no hay nada.
Okay, the truth is that that's a terrible story. I know it's very dramatic, but we can see that all the institutions can work together. We can help, so all these types of problems are covered. We have a couple of minutes, and very briefly, I would like first of all to ask you, Miguel, about this case of how did you do in your city? Well, in a very brief manner, and as Alicia well said. And the Iberian Peninsula has been having some kind of treatments, but we keep it with the reference and the central basis, the Ebro River. The Ebro River, as you can see, has such an irregular situation that in a couple of years we could cross the river walking. In other cases, there are some terrible floodings, as the ones that we just saw in the video. As a matter of fact, there are situations where we have 3,800 hectometers, and we can go to more than 26,000 cubic meters. That's why this gives us an idea of the challenges that we have to be able to control, alleviate a river of this magnitude. And how do we do this? So we do it some adaptations, and we use several dams that ensure both the floodings as well as it controls. It also takes care of the droughts. Right now, the Ebro River has more or less 150 places where energy is produced. We can see some are big. And as a final solution, or the proposals that we can talk about for Iberoamerica, there are 3 or 4 points. One, it's how do we manage this process? We manage the whole basin, not only the river and not only the area where that goes through the city. No, and the Ebro River crosses through many provinces, many autonomous communities, and even a part of Andorra and France. There is just one, and there is only one public institution that regulates everything. And number 2, and from the point of view of the city, the creation of a water cluster where we have represented all the companies that work with the comprehensive water cycle and under the management or the supervision of the administration. Second place, Hidropolis, it's a strategic planning institution that gathers all the entities, all the associations, and all the administrations that are capable of being intervened in a perspective. And this is an element that I think that it's so and this is very important. That sometimes it works okay. We can see that we have new urban strategies where the different cities that participates that are also part of there. And basically, I just want to say that the city of Zaragoza receives the water from one mountain range that is 160 kilometers from the city. The 90% of the water it's received from a mountain range. And you can also see that you're here like 60 kilometers of a mountain range that it's 2 times ours, that it's Pyrenees. Thank you, Miguel. And also Hennessy's the work with the communities so that they are part of the botanical gardens. And please talk to us about your experience in the Bronx and how can we get lessons learned that can be useful for the Ibero-American cities. And many of our programs are free for the local people in the Bronx. We have certifications of how we can have gardens that support native plants, that support the rivers, and many of our certification programs also support the communities and help them to find jobs as with the municipality of New York, that it's the one that handles all the green spaces in New York. And I also forgot to say that the Bronx, I don't know if you know, but the Bronx, it's the greener county of all the city of New York, and that people always think that it's Central Park in Manhattan, that it's the greener part, but the truth, it's the county of the Bronx. And this is where we have more work for the management of open spaces. And that's why it's important for us that this capacity can be granted to the local community, and that everything serves the local community. We also have programming for the educators. We have training for the teachers, especially high school teachers, that can come to the botanical garden and they can see how they can be involved the Bronx River, and that's something that they teach in science, and also they want to bring us their students and to use the river as a live lab and also we are also collaborating. We are also collaborating with environment groups that work in the restoration of parts of the Bronx River, and also providing training and resources, and also technical support when it's required. Okay, the truth is that there's so many ideas, Major, in a couple of minutes, so we are going to listen to once again this wonderful news that we have for the city. But now we're going to give the opportunity for Sandra. Gives us a lot of ideas that she always has, and that this always generates a higher harmony of Santa Marta with its nature. Yes, I think that it's very important for us to be aware that the city that awaits has a high level of uncertainty, and that are part of the uncertainty that it's associated to climate and its expressions. We're going to be able to reduce it and manage it with nature-based solutions. We need to invest in climate adaptation mechanisms that are nature-based, in recovering the functionality of our rivers, in recovering the functionality of the beaches, because we have an increasing sea level. We have the forecasts, the climate change intergovernmental panel forecasts say that we're going to have very intense rainfall periods. That's why we need that our ecosystems can recover the regulation capacity, that we can make them a channel. It's not a solution to take off all the areas, to take off all the marshes. It's not the solution. This morning, that you are in Zimbabwe, Valdivia just became a marsh city, and this is very important to be able to include within the urban planning what's the natural capital. But we need to have an agreement, and that agreement is to be able to recover the value of the ecosystems that go beyond the aesthetic value. We need to recover and to understand that they play a functional role that saves us money and that generates wellness, and that it's going to be very important, especially in cities like ours, where we already have a budget issue, and we need to help. And we need to invest in the natural capital so that this environmentals generate value for all. Thank you so much. CAF is going to be there with Santa Marta, and thank you so much to all of you, and also Leo, and therefore we're going to give the following step, and I would like if you can please, this is a video that we get from Wade Davis. You know him, and he is great. He's someone that loves Colombia, he loves the Magdalena River, and he has left us an inspirational video that what we're going to see now. Thank you. I'm here in Canada, which is my land. A couple of years ago, a friend sent me a postcard from the sacred city at the east of the Ganges River, and she said that to talk about the rivers is to talk about the veins of planet Earth. And this is what the Mamos say when they say that the blood, it's the same as the water that we find in the river. Biodiversity, it's just a word. It's just a word to...
La asombrosa riqueza de las ciudades, en una manera, son organismos, ¿no? Y como los sistemas ecológicos son mucho más que la suma.
All the cities of the world are associated with rivers, so we have the rivers, the water, the biodiversity, the culture. They all have the same roots. So for the city of Santa Marta that was founded 500 years ago, my question is, what's for the years to come on my dream is that the messages from the Mamos can be like the law for us. Laws not only for policies, but for faith and dare. They have to be part of nature and not be apart from nature. For everybody to live in a just and fair way. Thank you. That's the message of Wade Davis. This is the most exciting moment of this conference, because after a year and a half of a very hard work of the teams of a district in Santa Marta and CAF led by
Ejecutivo Sergio Díaz Granado y por el alcalde Carlos Pinedo Cuello. Y el distrito de Santa Marta.
Santa Marta will find its first loan with a multilateral development bank, the first one in its 500 years of history. So this is a very memorable moment and very exciting for us as citizens of Santa Marta. So I want to give the floor to Sergio Díaz Granado, so to please join us on stage and please tell us a little bit more about this very special happening which is about to be materialized in this very moment. Thank you. So this is a huge thing. It's been almost a year of negotiations. And as a president of a bank and as a person that was born in this city special, let's not think about the size of the operation. Let's not think about the purpose of this transaction.
Let's take it as the beginning of a journey where we can bring the multilateral development bank and the city of Santa Marta for the years to come. Let's take this as the first step, as the seed of a tree. Let's take this as planting a seed so that those that come after us can move on in the same direction. So as we said, the first step is always the first important. This is going to be taken by phases. Maybe the bank is going to become a partner for Santa Marta, and the city will then have the technical backup of this development bank. I want to thank again Carlos for opening this conversation, for opening this negotiation. We have been keeping this dialogue, and to get to this point, there is also something else that I'd like to share with the team and the audience here. And 4 years ago in the city of Cartagena, the directors of the bank, with the ministries of finance of Latam and the Caribbean, well, most of them, they approved a proposal that we brought together with the team of at CAF in December 2021. It is a proposal that we built during the pandemic. They were worried about the project after the pandemic. We knew that there was going to be inflation. We knew that there were going to be stressed countries due to the debt, because we had to spend a lot of money in 20 and 21 due to the pandemic, and we needed a way to reactivate economic growth. That is one of the biggest concerns we have in Latin and the Caribbean. And we brought a proposal, a very ambitious proposal, to capitalize the financial capabilities of a bank. And we brought a proposal to the bank on where to focus the efforts in the years to come. Of course, in the transformation of a bank that helps solve problems of climate impact, this is one of the biggest threats we have in the region, which is a water crisis in general. It is either excess of water or lack of water. I don't know if it sounds familiar, but this is one of the big challenges in the region. This is why we had this panel with Alicia, together with the team and Sandra. What we have been doing is preparing our regions to face these natural capital issues. So let's focus on going into this direction with at least 40% of the transactions for a bank, and we need to preserve that conviction, because this is about survival and about a legacy. So yesterday we had the memos here. That's very relevant. It is our lighthouse, so we can follow. And the other big moment is using the financial system. So we have signed with the BBVA Bank to fund SMEs for them to improve their productive processes so that they become more productive. So in November this year, when the ICLAC EU summit comes in, we have a better and more interaction with the private sector. And a third central element is to fund local governments more. We believe that there is a significant strategy there for economic growth. Yesterday, you heard in the conferences the high level of urbanization in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a region in the world that is the most urbanized, and they will continue to increase their human settlements, and they will need more loans, the regional level, regional leadership, because that's where we have the closest to the people. So we plan with the bank to increase loans with local government and regional government, and This is not recent that CAF has been doing, but this is something that CAF has been doing for many years. When I joined the bank, in order to understand better the institutions, I went to see where we had the most number of operations. There were two countries there, Brazil and Argentina. In fact, in Brazil, CAF is recognized as the Bank of the Cities. 100 of the bank goes to municipalities and cities, and in the case of Argentina, most of the loans go to provinces. That is like the mid level, but also to cities. In fact, I remember two projects that I visited, and then I thought about Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. First is the anti-flooding infrastructure in the municipalities. Julian knows this. We went to San Bernardo campus in the metropolitan area of Sao Paulo that got flooded. In front of City Hall, it got flooded every time. And then I went to see and speak with the mayor of San Bernardo to understand how the work was developed. And they had this pump in front of City Hall. And then I looked at the pictures during the works, and then after completing the work, CAF funded these projects. And then I heard yesterday that when you go out there, then you start seeing your city everywhere. You compare your city everywhere. I don't know, but that's a problem here. So I thought I saw that pump there for controlling flooding, and I thought it was perfect for the city of Santa Marta, for example, mayor, for the floods in the neighborhoods here. That was invented 2,000 years ago. The same ones they have in Istanbul is the ones that they had in Brazil. Then we go to Argentina, the province of Salta, and we looked at the education projects, and we go to Jujuy in Argentina. We went there. You remember with the governor, $130 million for schools, to improve schools. So during pandemic, the governor of Jujuy improved every school. So they renewed all the infrastructure. I went there the first day. The students went back to school, and they found their schools totally transformed and renewed. And that, I have no words to describe what I felt. So I think that that's the way we have to go with the bank and the rest of the countries in the region. Of course, every country has a different reality. There are legal frameworks in some countries. It's going to be easier to disperse the loans, but we have to find a way to deliver the funds. This is the reason why we're here as a development bank. I was born in this city here. I'm also a president of the bank, so I want Santa Marta to have the same opportunity. Just as other cities in Latam have access to a reliable source of funding, and also the assistance and knowledge to help the execution. That is something we want to achieve here. So, Mayor, I wanted to recognize the perseverance of your team and the discipline of your team and your project to get to this point, so that you see it in the city now as the end point, but the starting point, because I know that huge transformations. I was here as the Minister of Commerce in 2011. The theater was closed, so we announced the funds to restore the theater, and it had been 14 years since the last time that I came here. So I'm happy to be here for these 3 days. And when I came into the theater, time has gone by. It's been 14 years, but the theater is here already, and it's working. So with this eyes, I know that we're going to be back here in 8, 10, 12 years, and we're going to find the city in a better place thanks to your job, to your work. Just believe, be confident, work hard. We're responsible for the city today, but we have to
ready the city for the future generations. So this is why our team is here today with you, with the city of Santa Marta, and we will start transforming the city for real. Thank you all for being with us in these days, and Mr. Mayor, if you want to come and join so we can sign this document. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
No sé si tú quieras dar unas palabras antes o si quieres ir directo a la firma, lo que tú quieras. Lo que tú quieras.
Bueno, quiera.
Oye, pero...
Bueno. Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here and sharing with CAF and sharing with Sergio and everyone. But I'm going to go back a little bit in time because we have to go back in history. Since day one, when my administration started, I heard Sergio's words where he stated that he is, as a local and as a president of CAF, Santa Marta had the unconditional support for the significant transformations we needed as a city, and that filled me with inspiration because we had met already in the back. Now I'm the mayor, and then I hear the words of a president of CAF, so I thought we had some real support there. And then things started to happen along the way. Then we started the first meeting. I think the first meeting was in Suana with our teams, and then we analyzed the weaknesses that we had because we must confess that we had these financial issues. Nobody said this was going to be easy. And then we found a city with a financial situation that was pretty unstable today, thanks to what we have done and thanks to the support we have had from CAF, those technical aids that are for free. I mean, we have now a stable financial situation, which is very good to show the city, to show the country, and of course, to show the multilateral banks. Today, you said something. 500 years, and we have never had the access or the opportunity to have a loan from multilateral banks. We have it today. This is the starting point. This is the foundation, a very strong financial pillars. We are paving the road with my whole team. This is not just me. We are paving the road so that the ones that are coming behind us, Sergio, maybe today we're speaking about $20 million. Maybe they can have access to 100, 200, 500 $2 million. That's what they're going to find and have access to, because from now on, I'm sure everybody here, ladies and gentlemen, that everything is going to be easier. I want to also say that we as a team